Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
They got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughing him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their courtroom.
The fireworks are not done.
We're getting commentary on the case.
Dahil umihiangay ka po, he's nervous about you. That's
literally not true.
Is that correct?
I didn't ask you to interrupt me.
Oh, for Trump's sake.
You will bring the jury.
Good morning, good Friday morning. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. I think we're all here. Let's see, big shout out. You guys, I automatically disqualified Amber, who was first in chat, but she was on the phone with me while I was making the thumbnail, so she had like inside knowledge, which made her ineligible to win. So Amber was disqualified, and so Katrina Bunny, congratulations, you are first in chat. This, I believe, is your first offense. You didn't know it was an offense, but it is. You being first in chat, it was quiet, it was still, we were all waking up gently, and then you just blurted out, hi! And look what happened as a result. So we're going to punish you for being prompt, and we're going to send it to you to internet ownership. Everything IP related worldwide is now your responsibility, Katrina. That'll teach you. Make sure you go over to our shopping page and scroll through the various offerings until you find the certificate of internet ownership, which you are now eligible to download for the low fine of 50 cents. You will be able to download that. It comes ready to display, minus the fill-in-the-blank portion where you add your name. It's pre-signed by myself and my boss, Mrs. R.A., and it's suitable for framing or as use as a cover sheet on your CV. So it's going to be great. It's going to be great. All right. Welcome. Thank you. Thank you, Red, for this, by the way. Let me go up and pull this up. Wow, chat's going fast. There it is. As we sing happy birthday today, we are remembering heavenly birthday for one of our great mods, Sharon McDonald, whose birthday would be on Sunday. So we're going to sing today and include Sharon in that as well. So thank you for the reminder there. We miss her terribly, as do many people here who got greeted by her over a lengthy period of time that she served as a mod. All right, we have as we talked about the birthday song, we're going to sing happy birthday to everyone who is eligible, and that includes Adam, Julie, Max Zuber Eats, Shannon's Cooper, Jeannie, also known as Proud Mill Spouse. I think we're going to do one or the other. Do you want Jeannie? Yeah, we're going to do Jeannie. Purple Coconut, Beth, Joshua, Colin, and Ashley, and we're going to add Sharon to that list as well if we can. And let's see, and put chat on screen apparently. Yeah, we're going to do that. We're going to put chat on screen. Let's see. Let's move it where it belongs. It's going to be upstream keyer number 4. For those of you who are keeping track, chat is on upstream keyer number 4. We're going to run to position A. There it goes. All right. Let's see. The birthday song always reminds me of her. Yes, for sure. Red Pen says, wow, it worked. I have real power. Yeah. Can we, I think I can retype this here. Let's see. All right, I'm trying to see if we have all the lists. I've got multiple lists here. Which one is the most correct birthday list? I think it's this one. And then I'm going to add Sharon to that. Oh, I just about lost my cow. Do you see that? He took a dive and I caught him. Last moment. Colin, Ashley, and Sharon. All right. There we go. Now I have them all on the same page, and I can read them off during the song. That's what I needed. All right, everyone, here's what we're going to do. We begin every day by singing happy birthday to the people who deserve to be celebrated, and those are the people who are having a birthday on today or, over the weekend. I realize a couple of people could double dip and get sung to on a Friday on a Monday, but that's all right. That's okay. So we're going to sing today to Adam, Julie, Max and Uber Eats, Shannon's Cooper, Jeannie, Purple Coconut, Beth, Joshua, Colin, Ashley, and Sharon. Whew. Add Rona too. Okay. Red pen. What I need to do when you say add Rona too, what I need, let me explain that. I've never told the mods this. What I need is you to recopy everything, because I need it literally on one message, and paste, and then add Rona. It's a lot of birthdays. So it looks like this. There we go. All right. That's what I'm looking for. Okay, I've got it. We're good. Goes like this. This is not me. If you're new here, this is not me singing a solo happy birthday to these wonderful people who are celebrating. This is us celebrating together. I am singing with you, and by you I mean all of you, as we sing to celebrate these birthdays. So please, everyone, wherever you are, stand up, take a deep breath, shoulders back, project your voice to the back of the room, blend your voice with your neighbor, warm up with me if you will. La 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 la. There we go. We're good. Ooh, it's going to be a two-verser for sure. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Adam, Julie, Max, Lubrate, Shannon's Cooper, Jeannie. Happy birthday to you. There should have been an and Jeannie in there. Did the whole top line. But Shannon's Cooper and Jeannie. Now we've got Purple Coconut, Beth, Joshua, Colin, Ashley, Rona, and Sharon, which will be a mouthful. But we're going to do it. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to Purple Coconut, Beth, Joshua, Colin, Ashley, Rona, and Sharon. Happy birthday to you. Ooh, wow, that was close. Happy birthday to everyone who's celebrating, specifically Adam, Julie, Max and Dubreed, Shannon's Cooper, Jeannie, a.k.a. Proud Mill Spouse, Purple Coconut, Beth, Joshua, Colin, Ashley, Rona, and Sharon. Happy birthday to Sharon. Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you very much for letting us celebrate your birthday. I realize there are a million places you could have been and a million people you could have been with, but you chose to be here with us. The privilege, pleasure, the honor, the joy is ours. Hopefully we can turn some of that pleasure back to you, that joy. Sorry, I have to word that properly. Return that joy back to you, make you have just a little better day, make it a little more specialer is what we're looking for. A little specialer. Begin by helping yourself to free pancakes at Denny's, IHOP, Village Inn, Waffle House, McDonald's, Tammy Dunlap's House, Andy's Grill, Bob Evans, and Cracker Barrel. Ooh, wow, we got through it. That one was tough. That one was tough. Happy birthday. And I give you permission to celebrate. I have that memorized. I don't really. I have never written it down anywhere. It just happens. I will say this. I'm giving you permission to celebrate all weekend long. I know your birthday may be today, maybe Saturday, maybe Sunday. It doesn't matter. All 3 days. Oh, you hear that drum? That means we're going to do the drum solo to finish off the birthday celebration song, but the party never stops. Here we go. Join with me. Hi-hat, snare. Beautiful, beautiful. Happy birthday, everybody. Thank you very much. What a way to start the morning. And now, when we talk about start the morning, we have something to talk about because we have a case to follow, at least for now. We have a case to follow. I believe it's going to kick off in just a few minutes, and it is in Georgia, and we are back again with another dismembering case. What is it? Georgia, you're in the black book right now, Georgia. Let me just say, the previous trial, I thought you had redeemed yourself, but then you went ahead and did this, and now you're back in the black book. Anyway, this is another tough case. This one is different from the one we just followed. The Casotis trial ended got a verdict. It was fast. Got a sentence. It was fast. And he's, I believe, already on his way to life in prison without parole. I think he's already been transferred and everything. So they're quick. Down there. Oh, 5 minutes early. This is a cold case.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, Your Honor. There you are.
Pre-trial matters that housekeeping while we're getting Mr. Wolfenbarger that we might need to take up?
Yes, ma'am. I have a few.
Okay.
Wants to go first, I'll be happy to let them.
Okay. Well, if it's substantive, then we're just going to wait on Mr. Wolfenbarger. If it's just scheduling or housekeeping, we can do that.
I guess it is substantive.
It is substantive.
Okay.
We're going to wait just a moment for the defendant to get here.
Borderline, but I'll wait for Chris.
Well, yeah, better to err on letting Mr. Wolfenbarger hear it.
The defendant has the right to be involved in every substantive portion of the trial.
Ma'am, forgive me for not knowing your name, but I was advised that you had requested the Zoom link. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
I think if you have an email address on a business card, if you can provide it to Ms. Johnson, I've authorized her to give it to you.
Okay, thank you.
The one request I'll have is just, so this big board that faces the jury, it's set to not show anybody that's not participating by video. So that means as long as you keep your video off, you won't appear on that screen, and that's what I care about.
Okay.
Okay? Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I'll keep my camera off as well.
You got a haircut, Mr. Wolfenbarger. Okay.
We thank you, Your Honor, for your involvement.
Yeah, the
Okay.
judge ordered it.
Madam Court Reporter, you ready? Okay. This is going to be day 4 of the trial of Christopher Wolfenbarger.
Day 2 for us.
Case number 24SC004201. I'll note for the record that Mr. Wolfenbarger is present here in the courtroom along with his counsel, and that the state's counsel is also present. Are there any, I believe we have all of our jurors and we're ready to begin. Do we have any preliminary matters we need to take up before we have the jury in? Mr. McDermott?
Yes, ma'am. I have a few.
Okay.
First, I know we've invoked the rule of sequestration.
Yes, sir.
But since Court TV's here and this is live streamed on the internet, would there be any way to instruct or enforce the possibility that witnesses are watching the testimony anyway and then coming in here to testify?
My understanding is that would be a violation of the rule of sequestration.
Yes, it would.
That they're not to gather information about the trial by observing it or by talking to witnesses, and that it's the party's obligation to make sure their witnesses know what their obligation is as to the rule of sequestration.
Secondly, we have evidence that there is a deal and production discussion of a Netflix documentary of the Patton family from the beginning all the way up to the sweep of the Wolfenbarger trial.
Whoa.
And that potentially the video that's being streamed here will be used in that documentary. And I know that there's at least one potential witness who has signed a contract for money to be in that documentary.
Netflix has
Sounds
been
like
invoked.
fodder for cross-examination.
It is, but
But
am I going to be limited to asking Norma Patton, for example, for whom I don't have evidence of that yet, on cross with an open question? Or can we get some assurance ahead of time? Because that would be Brady material if she has signed a contract or otherwise agreed to be in a documentary for which she stands to gain financially.
Well, certainly it goes to her credibility and would be, as I said, fodder for cross-examination. I'm not sure that it strays into Brady material, but...
It goes to her credibility as Giglio material.
Credibility is not
Mr.
Brady.
Fawcett, Ms. Hilton, do you have any knowledge on that issue?
We don't have any knowledge, but we'll inquire, and if we find that out, we will let defense counsel know, but we do not know at this juncture. And if he knows the tentative person, he could tell us, and we could just continue to inquire.
Well, I've already told him. I had this discussion with Mr. Fawcett a few days ago. And I'm supposed to find out, so.
So Netflix
I just
on your
talked
bingo
with Mr.
card.
Fawcett. They're going to play a piece of a police interview we've already talked about that we edited down.
Yes, sir.
And since we cut off the beginning of that video, we cut off where the detective says what the date and time of it was.
Yes.
So we've stipulated for the record that would be, that interview occurred on May 5th, 2021.
Okay. And I don't know what you're anticipating, but I assume that when that is going to be played or demonstrated for the jury that one or the other of you would simply announce that the parties have agreed that it occurred on X date at X time.
Thank you.
Is that right, Mr. McDermott? That's what you were anticipating?
I just wanted to be on the record that there was a stipulation.
Sure. Mr. Fawcett? Or Ms. Hilton? Are we in agreement that there's a
Yes, there is a stipulation. Yes,
and
Your Honor.
what is the date and time?
Of the interview?
Yes.
May 5th, 2021.
Thank you. Anything else?
Your Honor, I was going to ask, Mr. Fawcett need to be let into the Zoom room, and if Ms. Johnson could let him into the Zoom room.
Okay. Ms. Johnson, can you let Mr. Fawcett into the Zoom? Mr. McDermott, did you have any other matters?
There was one related to that interview. I'm wanting to bring in a piece of evidence that is a website article. It's from a national news source.
National
so I
Enquirer.
believe it would be self-authenticating, and I would inquire with the court, take judicial notice of that.
Mr. Fawcett?
I think the problem is the information in there is a reporter making it, but there's no indication, as you never would have, where the source is coming from the information he's attempting to get in. So for that reason, I'd be opposed to it. I'm opposed to just printing off random articles from websites and attempting to introduce them into evidence. I don't agree with that.
I would agree with that too.
So why don't you email or provide me with a physical copy of the article that you're talking about?
Send it to Ms. German.
Yeah, I think at this point I've directly emailed y'all. So as long as you copy everybody, you can just send it directly to me. Because I think I sent y'all the verdict form.
You can slide into the judge's DMs.
And let me take a look at it. Generally speaking, what you're proposing, right, the purpose of it being self-authenticating is if it is what it purports to be. And if it has that indicia of reliability, then really the issue would be I would need to understand a little bit more about the substance that concerns Mr. Fawcett. But that's, I think, a second layer of the analysis that would need to be done as to your effort to introduce it.
Yes.
And so I think I need to see it to be able to tell you, yes, generally speaking, if it's a national news publication that's a reputable source, am I going to accept it that it is what it purports to be? Sure. But if there's some substance that we need to discuss, then I need to see it. So that's going to be my ruling for now, Mr. McDermott.
So tentatively?
Yes.
Okay.
Tentative, yes. State Getsum says, by the way, we're going to give you some surprise evidence today, like we did 3 times yesterday, that we forgot to tell you about up until then. But I'm not going to tell you what it is yet. No, I don't know what he's saying right now. But if there are more times when the state gets up and they're like, whoops, we forgot to give this to you. Whoops, here's a disclosure we knew about, but we didn't tell you.
Not currently, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Fawcett or Ms. Hilton, anything from the state?
Nothing from the state.
Okay. Are we ready for the jury?
Bring the jury.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. McDermott, are we ready for the jury?
I'm ready. Thank you.
Okay. Can we have the jury, please?
Lacey Spano, welcome to the gallery. Teresa, member for 27 months. OG. Welcome, welcome. Teresa also gives a super sticker with a cat. That is beautiful. Lacey Spano says, happy birthday in heaven to our dear Sharon. You're so dearly loved and missed. Thank you, Lacey, for those wonderful thoughts. She was incredible. We do miss her. Laurie Lee Annie, member for 10 months. Happy birthday. Happy Friday. Y'all make my days better. Thank you. That's wonderful. 10 months. Please leave your DNA on the like button, says Lacey. Lacey, thanks for the kind words and the massive support of the channel this morning. Thank you for all those who have liked the channel. Diane, member for 13 months. I made a wise choice spending my time here since Daryl Brooks. Happy I stopped by waiting for a gifted membership. Worth it to be support this wonderful channel. Diane, you being here since Daryl Brooks makes you an OG. Yes, much longer than 13 months, which is officially recorded, but welcome. Love to have you here. It wouldn't be the same without you. Denise Feldman-Ersland also says, do we know the judge's name? Yes, I did at one point. I don't recall off the top of my head. I think maybe somebody might tell us in chat.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning.
Rachel Krause.
Thank you. I see that you've all gotten here and found your way to where you needed to be, so I appreciate that very much. And we're going to go ahead and get started. State may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. State calls Ronald Brock to the stand.
Okay.
Grok? Like the... we need some WD-40 stat. Winnaboo, always here lurking, 18 months. Thank you very much as well. Jakai, just read the article about the defendant in a wheelchair because of a climbing accident 2 years after his wife's death, leaving him crippled from the waist down. Yeah. Took a fall. This case is crazy, guys. If you didn't watch yesterday, first you need to.
Come on up, sir.
It was wild. The
And
defendant
when
is
you
in
get
the
to
very
the
back
witness
there.
stand,
You can't
sir,
see him.
before you have a
haircut.
seat, if you'll turn and face the deputy and raise your right hand, he'll swear you in.
You swear to affirm to the testimony that you're about to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. I do. You might want to see.
And just be careful about that ledge with that chair on wheels, sir. And then scoot yourself up to the microphone, and if you will state and spell your name for the record, please.
Ronald Brock, RONALD BROCK.
And good morning, Mr. Brock. How are you?
I'm fine.
And do you live in Georgia?
Ma'am?
Do you live in Georgia?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you married?
Yes, ma'am.
What is your wife's name?
Cynthia.
And how long have you been married?
46 years.
And are you currently working?
No, ma'am.
Are you retired?
Yes, ma'am.
And when did you retire?
When I hit 65.
We should have counted the yes,
You
ma'am.
retired at 65?
I did.
Oh, okay. When you retired in 1965?
Oh, no. I retired at 65. Like
you
years
retired
old.
at the age of 65. Okay. What year was that when you retired?
3 years ago, what would it be, 2022?
Okay. And what did you retire from?
Action Glass.
And what is Action Glass?
We do commercial, high-rise building replacements, mirrors, storefronts.
And you said we do. Tell me about that. Is that your family's business?
Yes, ma'am.
And how long has that company been in your family?
My dad started it in 1978.
And did you at any point in time serve as the owner of the company?
I become the owner, well, it was me and my younger brother took it over in 97.
And did your wife, Cynthia, ever work with you at Action Glass?
She was the secretary, yes, ma'am.
And what were some of your job duties and responsibilities as the owner of Action Glass?
Well, I did the estimating. If they needed an extra hand on the job, I did it. I'd go out and look at the jobs, run a lot of glass through the grinder.
And your wife as secretary, what were some of her job duties and responsibilities?
She answered the phone, did all payroll. No.
While you were the owner at Action Glass, about how many employees did you have?
On average, 9 to 10.
And tell the jury, where's Action Glass located?
It's 890 Avon Avenue. It's right off of Sylvan Road.
And I'm going to show you what's already been admitted as State's Exhibit number 2. And while that's coming up, Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 62 and 63. Tell me if you recognize State's Exhibit 62 and 63.
That's it.
Okay, and you said that's it. How do you recognize State's Exhibit 62 and 63?
Oh. That's my building, and that's the Action Glass on it.
Is that I'm sorry.
And I still own the building.
And is this a fair and accurate depiction of the company that your family owned, Action Glass?
It's just been repainted, and that's the only difference.
It's been repainted in this picture?
This is, yes, ma'am. This has been painted last year, I believe, is when she done it.
Okay. So is this the current color?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Your Honor, this time statement like that admit State's Exhibit 62 and 63 into evidence.
Mr. McDermott?
No objection.
62 and 63 are admitted.
Now looking at State's Exhibit number 2, which is on the screen, and if you could look at this one, I'm sorry.
And
permission for him to step in?
Yes, absolutely. I was going to say if the witness needs to step down to...
Be careful, Mr. Brock,
can.
step down very briefly. Just point to the jurors, where is Action Glass?
Which building here?
And is that indicated by the words Action Glass on this map?
Yes, ma'am.
And now function 62. And While I'm waiting for that, I'll... What's some of the work that the employees would do at Action Glass?
Well, we fabricate metal. When I say grind glass, we polish the edges on it on mirrors and glass like tabletops, and we fabricate storefront metal at the shop.
Now, in order to do some of the work that you just described, what type of tools did you use at the company?
We have table saws, skill saws, sawzalls, drills, hammer drills, Dremel tools.
And you said a sawzall. What's a sawzall?
It's another name's a reciprocating saw.
And at Action Glass, describe to the jury, what was the company culture? Would you allow employees to borrow some equipment and tools at times?
Yes, ma'am.
And when employees wanted to borrow tools, would they have to give you a reason why they wanted to borrow a tool?
No, ma'am.
On average, if an employee wanted to borrow a tool, how long would you allow them to borrow the tool?
If it was during the week, I'd want it back the next day, just, you know, 'cause we make our living with our tools. And then if it's a Friday, they could just bring it back on a Monday.
Okay. And we just talked about a reciprocating saw. Y'all have permission to approach again?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 66. Do you recognize Exhibit 66?
Yes, ma'am.
And how do you recognize Exhibit 66?
It's a sawzall.
Okay, and is that what you were calling a reciprocating saw?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that the type of reciprocating saw that you had at your company?
I had Milwaukee's, and I probably had some DeWalt's too.
Okay. So DeWalt is a type or brand?
That's just a type, yes, ma'am.
But does this look similar to these?
Yes, ma'am.
Regardless of what the brand is?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Hold around. And does this fairly represent the type of saw that would be at Action Glass?
Yes, ma'am.
You're right. This time the state would like to send their 66 for demonstrative purposes.
Mr. McDermott?
No objection.
Exhibit 66 is admitted.
Thank you. Permission to publish.
Permission granted.
And is this the same type of saw that you had back in 1996 and 97 and 98? That's an example of a reciprocating saw?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, during your time as owner at Action Glass, did you ever have an employee by the name of Christopher Wolfenbarger?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And when did he work for the company?
October of 97 to February of 98. I believe it was.
Are you sure?
Is it 97, 98, 99? One of the two. It's right in there.
Did you provide,
to my knowledge?
No problem. Did you provide to me this morning a copy of his separation notice?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And when looking at a copy of that, help refresh your memory as to when he worked at the facility.
I didn't even look at it, so I should have.
All right. Your permission to approach.
Granted. You don't have to ask every time for the same witness.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's marked in State's Exhibit 67. Don't read it to me. I mean, read it to yourself. Okay. Don't say it out loud. Does it help refresh your memory as to when he worked there?
Yes, ma'am.
When did he work at Action Glass?
October 98 to February 99.
Not very long. So 4 months.
And do you recall what were some of his job duties and responsibilities while working at Action Glass?
Well, we grind glass, sweep up the shop. That was part of it. We clean our own trucks, fabricate metal, make deliveries, and go pick up stuff that needed, like from C.R. Lawrence or the paint place that we would get our paint from.
And would he, as well as other employees, have to use some of these tools in order to do some of the jobs you just described?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, while working at Action Glass, do you recall Mr. Wolfenbarger asking to borrow any tools?
To the best of my knowledge, he did.
Okay. What type of tool do you remember him asking to borrow?
I'm not sure on the...
And it got awfully quiet from the courtroom.
In 2021.
Yes, ma'am.
Or excuse me, in 2024.
I'm not sure of the date.
Okay. Do you remember him coming to your home?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you recall him speaking to you and your wife?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you recall him asking about whether or not he ever, I think at the time, he thought stole the saw? Do you remember him asking you about that?
This is so weird.
He asked about if something was stolen, and that I told him I didn't know. I couldn't recall.
In that meeting with Mr. Shepard, were you and your wife together in that meeting?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you remember your wife giving a response about the saw?
I don't remember what her response was.
Do you remember her giving a response about the saw?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And do you remember agreeing with her response about that saw?
I don't remember that.
Okay. Do you recall myself and Mr. Vincent and Mr. Wilson coming to your home?
Yes, ma'am.
Last week? And did we play that for you? Play that statement for you?
You did.
Okay. You're right. This time the statement, like the tender, State's Exhibit 31, which is the audio of that, from 6:30 to 7:02.
Mr. McDermott?
I've not had a chance to hear this segment, Your Honor, that's being tendered.
Yeah, I believe the defense counsel has the entirety of the statement. So at some point, I don't know if he listened to it, but I believe he has the statement.
It's about a 30-second clip. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. It was produced, so I'm going to allow the state to go ahead, subject to your objection. You said that was Exhibit 31?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
And we're just going to publish 6 minutes and 30 seconds to 7:02.
Is this being done to refresh the witness's recollection? No objections? Seems like they've skipped a few steps if it's just a refreshed recollection. If we have the witness on the stand, why are we just playing random audio clips of them from previously? Because Georgia. The judge ordered the defendant to get a haircut. Defense said their clippers were broken or something. But now he's looking trimmed. Teresa, this is happening today. This is a live trial, but it's a cold case. So 20 years ago, a lot of the people that are on the stand are testifying about something that happened, 20 years ago. And so we expect to have a lot of I don't recalls. We expect to have some differences in recollection from what they might have said in the police report initially.
Suspect Chris of any kind of...
I'm sorry, I'm very hard to hear.
It's okay. Did you ever suspect Chris of stealing a saw?
He asked to borrow it, from what I remember.
Hearsay.
But we never got it back.
But we never got it back.
Gotcha. And that was like what type of saw was that?
It's like we either had Milwaukee sawzalls or DeWalt or something like that.
It's a long handle thing and then a blade.
Gotcha. Okay.
We had electric one day we had to get batteries, so
after he was terminated, he never brought the saw back.
Thank you. Is that your voice?
Well, every time I hear my voice, but that's it, I guess.
Okay, I understand. I get it. But listening to that, do you hear when your wife tells the officer he borrowed the saw, and then you describe the type of saw that it was?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
How did they allow the wife's comment?
So you're not, did he ever return that saw?
I don't recall if he did or not.
Okay. Now, did Mr. Wolfenbarger ever leave employment at your company? Did he ever leave employment? Did he stop working at your company?
Yes, ma'am.
When did he stop working there?
February. I don't remember the date. I didn't look at it. It's February of '99.
And why did he stop working there?
I let him go that day. He'd wrecked my van and then wasn't where he's supposed to be making a delivery and couldn't give me an answer to what actually happened, and so I just let him go.
And is it fair to say that after letting him go, he never returned with that saw that he borrowed?
Not to my knowledge.
Court's indulgence for a moment.
Sure.
Court's been granting indulgences all morning, apparently. That was weird. Let's just play a random. I mean, if it was just this witness's voice and it was for his own recollection, I can understand why you'd play it for him or show him the clip. But just playing it.
Do you recall him telling why he needed the saw?
No, ma'am.
Okay. No further questions.
Thank you, Mr. McDermott.
This saw is like the key piece of evidence in this trial because it is a dismemberment issue, and we're going to have testimony about the saw and dismembering marks.
Mr. Brock, when you were working at Action Glass still before you retired at age 65, who opened and closed the business?
Normally I did.
You did. And do you remember telling the detectives you were the only one that had a key?
When my brother and I had it, my brother had a key and I had a key.
So only you two had a key?
At the time, and well, my wife would have had one, but she's always with me when I'm there.
So once that shop was closed in the evenings, no employees could have had access to it?
Not once it's closed.
Can I see that termination letter, please?
I might
lift it up here.
Here you go.
You just told the jury, or at least based on your recollection, that Chris was terminated because of an accident he had in one of your cars, or one of your vans. Is that correct?
Well, he said somebody hit him, but he couldn't give me a tag number or anything, so.
Isn't it true that that accident happened in December of the year before?
That accident where my van was wrecked?
Yes.
No, sir.
Just a minute, Your Honor.
This is wild.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Okay.
Not sure why prosecution isn't up there too.
When defense counsel's finished, just so I can know what he's using to refresh his memory or what he's looking at.
Mr. McDermott.
Yes, ma'am. Sorry.
That's okay.
This court has no rules. Anything goes in Georgia. Anything goes, except business as usual. This is wild.
I'll show you to refresh your memory.
Yeah, Kaylee, for sure.
I understand.
Does that document help refresh your memory that that accident actually occurred in December?
It tells me that it was wrecked in December, but it could, to me, the day I let him go, it was wrecked again. But it wasn't where I turned it into a police report.
I see. And I'm going to show you the same document they just showed you as far as the separation notice. And do you see this?
Mm-hmm.
And you see that?
I do.
Okay. Does that refresh your memory as to the reason you gave for terminating Mr. Wolfenbarger?
I always put lack of work just because when they go to draw unemployment, it's just hassle-free, and I don't have to put up with a bunch of baloney.
So you did put lack of work on that document then?
I did.
Okay.
Is that some sort of fraud right there he just confessed to? I say I fire them for lack of work, like there's no work, so I don't have to pay them, wages. I don't have to put up with any of that baloney where I have to pay, additional money after the fact.
Clip in which Detective Shepard asked you and your wife whether Christopher had stolen a saw from you. And you testified here that you don't recall whether he stole it or not, whether it was brought back.
I don't remember.
And that's your testimony here today.
To the best of my ability, I do not recall it.
All right. Let's talk about the Sawzall for just a minute. You remember this photograph that they just showed you?
Yes, sir.
You need to get closer. I don't know how good your eyes are or not.
I can see it.
Is that a corded saw or a cordless saw?
That's cordless. But we would have had cord saws at the time, but they all look just alike.
They look similar, but in the 90s, that would have been a corded saw.
It would have been a corded saw.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And is this the type of saw you would have used frequently on a job site?
We do.
Back in those days, would you have used them frequently?
Yes, sir.
Would it be the kind of saw that you could buy just about anywhere? Any hardware store?
Home Depot and Lowe's all carries them.
Would you even be able perhaps to get one at Walmart?
I haven't seen one at Walmart.
Okay. Would it be a tool that you would find in nearly any construction site that you would visit?
Some of them may have had it.
Just in general, you've been on a lot of construction sites in your life, haven't you?
Well, I have.
How many would you guess? Hundreds, thousands?
But when we're on the site, we're doing glass work.
I need you to answer my question.
Yes, sir.
How many construction sites have you been on in your life? Just rough estimate.
Several hundred.
Several hundred. And are there other contractors there?
Yes, sir.
And many types of contractors use those types of saws, don't they?
I'm sure they do.
And that is the type of saw you could find on virtually any construction site, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
He must have had a generator with him.
We were just displaying a photograph of the front of your business. Is that, again, that's a fair and accurate representation of the front of Action Glass?
It is now.
It is now. And you said the only difference is it's been painted?
It's been painted.
Is the sign at the top there, was that there always?
We had a sign, yes, sir.
Did it say the same things that this one does?
It had Action Glass and stuff. That's a newer type sign, but the other one had Action Glass on it.
Action Glass, and did it say 890 Avon Avenue?
I don't remember that. I think one guy put the wrong number on one of them one time.
Okay, but it did have the address on it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That's all I have, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else for this witness, Ms. Dillon?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You may step down. You are excused.
The problem.
State may call its next witness.
Your Honor, state called Cynthia Brock.
Cynthia Brock. The problem with this is that it's fraud on the system. You have somebody who was fired for cause, and they're let go instead officially because there's not enough work. It allows them to collect unemployment. Sure, it's great for that individual, but you've got somebody who literally is not trustworthy, who wrecked your vehicle and stole a saw, apparently. You fire them for cause and should make them ineligible to collect the unemployment. Still fraud. I have a Milwaukee saw. Everybody has a Milwaukee saw, right? They're great. I would say Milwaukee is probably best known as far as the brand of tools for their reciprocal saws, the Sawzalls. They're fantastic tools. They destroy everything. It's just really good. I have a Ryobi as well. I traded it in for a... I didn't trade it in. I broke the old one and then bought the new.
And when you get to the witness stand, if you'll turn and face the deputy and raise your right hand, he'll swear you in, okay?
This is the lady whose hearsay statement we heard on the recording previously. was not objected to.
Just be careful about those wheels on that chair because there's a ledge there. So get situated. If you'll scoot up to the microphone, and if you'll start by stating and spelling your name for me for my record.
Cynthia Brock. Cynthia, Cynthia, Brock, Brock.
And how are you this morning?
I'm good.
Okay. Do you live in Georgia?
I do.
And are you married?
I am.
What's your husband's name?
Ronald Brock.
And are you currently working?
No, ma'am.
How long have you not been working?
15 years.
Are you retired?
Yes.
From what industry?
Excuse me?
From what industry?
Glass.
And did you work at Action Glass Company?
I did.
What did you do for Action Glass Company?
I was office manager, secretary, whatever.
You said whatever. It's like whatever they asked you to do, you did.
Whatever I did.
As your role as office manager and secretary, at least in that defined role, what were some of your job duties and responsibilities?
Basically accounts payables, receivables, and payroll.
And at Action Glass, was your husband the owner?
Yes.
Would you allow employees to borrow items?
All the time.
And would that be some of the tools that were utilized at the company?
Yes, ma'am.
So lots of employees borrowed tools?
During your time working as the office manager, do you recall an employee by the name of Christopher Wolfenbarger?
Yes.
And let me ask you, would you recognize him today if you see him, if you saw him? Is that a no?
No, ma'am.
Do you remember when he worked for the company?
It's been a long time, probably over 20 years.
When he worked for the company, do you remember how long he worked for the company?
It was a short time, maybe 4 or 5 months.
I don't know why I said 6.
Now, while he was working at the company, do you recall him ever borrowing any equipment?
I was told that he was going to be borrowing a piece of equipment.
Dr. Hearsay.
Okay.
Staying.
Do you recall having an interview with a detective back in 2024?
I do.
Okay. And do you remember that detective coming to your home in 2024?
I do.
Okay. And was your husband present with you during that interview?
He was.
Right. And do you recall the detective speaking to you about whether or not Mr. Wolfenbarger stole a saw during that time?
I do.
Okay. And do you recall responding to him about that saw?
Kind of.
Okay. And did you meet with me last week?
I did.
And did you meet with members of my team last week?
Yes.
And did you have an opportunity to listen to and hear that statement?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Your Honor, this time the state would like to publish again State's Exhibit 31, Section 630 to 702.
Mr. McDermott?
No objection.
Go ahead.
This is wild. She just testified that she got this information secondhand, and so they're going to play a recording of her saying what information she got secondhand and admit that as evidence, even though there was an objection to hearsay.
Oh, yeah. I'm muted.
Nope. Keep the Zoom muted.
This trial's a mess. This is a key part of the state's prosecution, and there's a weak connection there, and it's hearsay.
So? He asked to borrow it, from what I remember.
But we never got it back.
But we never got it back.
Gotcha. And that was like what type of saw was that?
It's like we either had Milwaukee sawzalls or DeWalt or something like that.
It's a long handle thing and then a blade.
Gotcha. Okay.
We have electrical and then we had these batteries,
So after he was terminated, he never brought the saw back?
Well, we haven't seen it again.
Now, in that brief portion that you heard, is that your voice?
Yes.
Okay. And in that brief portion, did you say someone told you, or did you just tell them that you remember him taking the saw or borrowing the saw?
I guess I said that he took the saw.
Or he borrowed it?
Yeah, he borrowed it.
Okay. Now, do you ever recall him telling you why he needed to borrow the saw?
No.
Okay. Do you recall in that same interview talking to Detective Shepard about why he told you he needed to borrow the saw?
I don't remember that.
The doorbell sounds when somebody enters the Zoom link for court, which the judge has tight control over.
Will listening to it help refresh your memory?
Maybe. I mean, I don't know.
Do you remember listening to that portion last week when we met?
No.
Okay.
If you don't remember last week, listening to something from 20 years ago might not help your recollection.
If that is on that statement, would that be an accurate memory that you have if you told Detective Shepard why he borrowed the saw?
I guess. I mean, I don't remember much about that time.
Okay.
This case is going nowhere.
Do you remember giving the statement to Detective Shepard?
I do remember giving a statement.
But you don't recollect what you told Detective Shepard?
No, ma'am.
When is the last time you may have saw Mr. Wolfenbarger?
Maybe the day that he was let go.
Course indulgence for one moment.
Sure.
It's like the prosecutor said, we've got 20 years to screw this case up. How many ways can we do it? And then they nailed all of them. This is terrible. The audio recording you heard, having been someone who's done a lot of audio recording.
Further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. McDermott.
It sounds like it was covertly recorded. Like the recorder was inside a pocket. You can hear clothing and stuff moving over the recorder.
This has previously been admitted into evidence. And do you recognize that?
That's where I worked.
In front of your job? And was it significantly the same in 1999?
Different color, but pretty much the same.
And I noticed that you have an iron fence up in front of the business.
Yes, sir.
And does that close at night and lock?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Would you consider the area that your business is located in a safe area?
No.
Would it be the kind of place you would want to go walking at night by yourself?
And absolutely not.
Right. Do you remember me calling your husband a couple of weeks ago, maybe a month ago, and talking on the phone?
He told me that someone had called. I wasn't present at that time.
At the very end of that phone call, he was in the room with you. And I asked him, do you remember me asking him, did Christopher bring that saw back?
I don't remember that.
And just one more.
I'm hard of hearing, so I may not have.
Well, do you remember answering him, oh yeah, he brought that saw back?
No, I don't.
Don't remember that? Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Anything else, Ms. Hilton?
Nothing to see.
Okay, thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you.
You may step down. You are excused. Ms. Hilton, state may call its next witness.
Your Honor, state calls Mr. Dorothy Kulie.
I think we are going to do the anything goes. Every time something weird happens in court that shouldn't happen, we're going to add it up. So how many have happened so far? I can think of the 3 with the evidence, some hearsay. I think we're probably around 5 to 6. Does that sound right? Just ridiculous things. I think we've had 5. Let's do 5 conservatively. I'll get the counter going. Hang on. I mute my mic right as the court mutes theirs, and that gets really quiet around here. Don't want you guys to be nervous and think we just lost all sound, so I'll keep talking. All right. Online counter. Hear my neighbor out mowing my lawn today. I have great neighbors, by the way. We're going to call this the anything goes counter.
As you come up to the witness stand, when you get here, if you will, before you have a seat, turn around and face the deputy and raise your right hand. He'll swear you in.
You swear to affirm to the testimony that you're about to give is true, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so that you got.
Okay. And ma'am, once you have a seat, just be careful about the rolly chair next to the ledge there. And then if you'll scoot up to the microphone and then state and spell your name for the record, okay?
My name is Dorothy Jean Kulie. Dorothy is Dorothy. Jean, Jean. Kulie, Cooley.
And good morning, Miss Kulie. How are you?
Fine.
Have you ever gone by the name of Dorothy Jones?
No, I haven't.
Do you recall ever telling the police your name is Dorothy Jones?
I don't require it else. No.
I can't.
No, ma'am.
I can't hear her.
Yeah, you'll just make sure and speak into the microphone, okay? Thank you.
Are you working?
Yes.
What type of work do you do?
I'm a cook.
And how long have you been a cook?
13 years.
And do you have children?
I have 3 kids.
Are you from Atlanta?
I'm originally from Alabama.
How long have you lived in Atlanta?
40 years.
Where in Atlanta did you grow up? Or
On Brookline.
And what part of the city is Brookline?
The West End.
And do you recall what was your address on Brookline?
825 Brookline Street.
How long did you live at 825 Brookline?
Ooh, at least about 25 years.
Who did you live on Brookline with?
My mom and my stepfather.
Can you describe for the jury the community on Brookline? Who lived there? What type of people?
Good people. A good neighborhood.
Was it a mixed ethnic community?
It was more African American than it was anybody.
And was it a friendly neighborhood?
Yes, ma'am.
While living on Brookline, did you ever meet someone named Chris?
Yes, I did.
How did you meet him?
We were just hanging out, playing and stuff, you know, like little kids do. Kids.
Were you older or younger than Chris?
I was older.
If you can think about how much older are you than Chris?
I don't know, ma'am.
Is it 5 years, 10 years? Can you give me that?
15 years, something like that, I guess. He's around my brother and them age.
You keep looking somewhere. Do you recognize anyone?
Yes.
Okay. Who do you recognize?
Chris.
All right.
Oh,
and this is the same Chris that we've been talking about?
Yes.
And where is he in the courtroom? Who do you recognize as Chris?
Chris, sir.
Who are you pointing at?
The sir with the suit, the blue suit, ma'am.
Okay. And the blue tie?
Yes.
You're right. Let the record reflect that she's identified Mr. Wolfenbarger.
The record will so reflect.
Now, you said he was around your brother's age?
Yes.
Okay. I know I'm not supposed to ask a woman her age, but approximately how old are you?
Middle 40s.
Okay.
Approximately.
And then how old is your brother?
My brother's in his middle 40s. I'm 58.
You're 58? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, you said that you kind of would hang out with him. Is that on Brookline?
Yes, we just hung out in the streets playing ball.
Feed's lost. Hang on. Hold tight.
Great.
To your knowledge, did he live with anyone?
His wife.
Now, when you first met Chris, about how old was he?
I can't correct. I don't know what kind of age, but he was like, it was in the 90s when I first met Chris.
When you first met Chris, did he have a wife?
I don't know if he was married or not when I first met him.
These times the audio cuts out is when lawyers are talking to each other. We're ordered not
Family,
to have
to your
any of
knowledge, on Brookline.
I don't know if it was his family, but he used to be over there at Rick's house next door to us, named Rick.
Now, was he living at Rick's house or would he visit Rick's house?
He just be at Rick's house.
When you say just be, is that visit?
Yes.
And when you said that he had lived across the street, is that different from Rick's house or is that the same house?
That's different from Rick's house.
From your house at 825, was Rick's house next door to you?
Yes, ma'am. Next door.
And then you said at some point in time, he lived across the street from you?
Yes.
Do you remember the address across the street from you?
Like 826 or 827, 827 or 829 across the street.
It was across the street.
All even numbers on one side and all numbers on the opposite side.
Okay, so you were at 825, so he's across the street, so it'll be 826.
26 or 828, something like that.
Okay.
830. It was one of those.
And when he lived across the street, was that when he was living with his wife?
That's when I met his wife over there, yeah.
When he was living with his wife, would Chris still spend time hanging out with you?
We would just hang out in the street. Yes, ma'am, we would.
Would his wife hang out with you all?
No.
And when you say you would hang out, would that be at your house or somewhere else, or where would you hang out?
In the street or on our porch, or their porch.
And when you say their porch, are you talking about Rick's porch, or are you talking about across the street?
His porch, Rick's porch, and our porch. We just hang out like that.
Now, you said that you saw his wife. Did Chris ever introduce you to his wife?
No.
Did you ever know her name?
I didn't know her name. No, I didn't.
How did you know it was Chris's wife?
He told her that was his wife.
Can you describe what she looked like? Do you remember?
She was a pretty young lady. She was pretty.
Do you remember anything about her characteristics?
I didn't see her much.
If you saw a picture of her, do you think you may recognize her?
Yes.
You recognize system number one?
Yes.
Okay. How do you recognize system number one?
I remember her face. She's pretty.
Okay. Is that the wife that you're referencing?
Yes.
Can I sit there, please? Sorry. Okay.
And do you remember her from back when you saw her across the street?
Yes.
I don't know what we've got from this witness yet that is useful. I'm confused at the line of questioning from the prosecution. They played in the street back in the 90s. But the wife didn't play. Is that...
At any time, did you ever see her with any children?
One.
One time you saw her with children, or you saw her with one child?
One child.
When you saw her with the child, was it a young baby, a newborn, an older child walking? How old did the child?
It was walking.
How often did you see her with that child?
To my recollection, I seen her about 3 times with her and the child.
Did Chris ever introduce you or show you the child?
No, he didn't introduce us.
I apologize, ma'am. If you'll just make sure and speak into that microphone.
Okay, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Can you say your answer again?
No, he didn't introduce us.
Thank you.
Just a reminder, let's be respectful to the witnesses on the stand.
Now, when he was living across the street with his wife, did you know of anyone else living at that home?
No, no, ma'am.
When they were living together, would you hear anything going on at their house?
Arguing.
What could you describe what you would hear?
Bad language. Arguing, and you might hear something break or something like that.
Did you ever see anything like physical happening?
No, ma'am.
How often would you hear these arguments or things breaking?
I heard it like 3 or 4 times.
3 or 4 times total, 3 or 4 times a week, a day? When you say 3 or 4 times?
I can't pinpoint it. 3 or 4 times a week or something like that.
Okay, so now we're getting to the domestic violence.
Would you hear anything else besides arguments or glass breaking?
No.
Would you hear any screaming or yelling?
Just arguing and telling folks to stop doing whatever they was doing and stuff like that.
Was that a male voice or a female voice that you
It was both voices, both voices.
Do you recall meeting with me a few days ago?
Yes.
Okay. And being with my investigators?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall telling us that you heard her screaming?
Yes.
Okay. So did you hear her screaming?
Yes.
Why didn't you want to say that a few minutes ago?
I don't know.
How is it that all these witnesses said something differently a week ago to their investigator, and now they don't recall it?
Did you ever see
I'm going to add that to
this
anything
one with
goes.
any injuries?
I seen her like a bruise up under her eye because she had shades on. That was it.
It was that one time you saw her with the bruise?
Yes.
When you would hear any of the arguing or the yelling, did you ever call police?
No, ma'am.
When you saw that injury and she had those glasses on, did you ever speak to her about her injury?
No, ma'am.
Did you ever speak to Chris about any of the arguing that you heard?
No, ma'am.
And were you friends with Chris at that time?
Yes.
Now, did there ever come a time when you no longer saw the woman at the house?
Yes.
Did you ever talk to Chris about not seeing her at the house anymore?
No, we just asked Chris where his wife was, and he said that she was leaving him.
Is there any point in time where you stopped seeing Chris in the neighborhood?
Yes, later on, yes.
When you say later on, what do you mean?
I stopped seeing him like 6 or 7 months after.
After what?
Oh, in the 90s, so he didn't stay over there long.
Okay. So let's talk about it. You said you first met him in the 90s.
Yes.
Is this early 90s when you first...
When I first met him, it was like 97, 98 or something like that.
When you first met Chris?
Yes.
Okay. So when do you think is the last time you met Chris?
About 99, something like that. When the last time I saw him, something like that.
99 was the last time you saw him?
Yes.
Now, but you said when...
I moved away from after 99. I did.
Okay. And we'll come back to that in a moment. Do you remember, again, when we met, talking about meeting Chris in the late 80s?
90s.
Okay. Is that fair to say that that's when you first met
I was just guessing the years, but yeah, I met him in the 90s. That like 89 through 95 or something like that when I first met him.
Okay.
There's another remember what we talked about? I'm going to add that to the list.
89, 95, when you first meet him.
Yes.
When you first start seeing the wife, when is that roughly?
Like 90, 97, 98, something like that.
Okay. And then you said you left the neighborhood in 95.
I left the neighborhood and I moved to, what is it? Sylvan Road.
Okay.
Sylvan Road.
Now, you left in 99. When you said you stopped seeing Chris in the neighborhood, is that before you left in 99?
Yes.
So we met sometime in a 6-year period, and we're just okay with that vagueness.
Did Chris ever come and say goodbye to you?
No.
Did he ever tell you he was leaving the neighborhood?
No.
Do you recall when, if anything happened the last time you saw Chris?
No, ma'am.
Do you recall some type of cookout with Chris?
We used to cook out on the street.
Okay.
And in the back. Yes, we used to cook out.
Okay. Do you remember telling me about a particular cookout?
We had a cookout and we went in the backyard.
Whose backyard?
Chris and them backyard.
And in the backyard, was there anything that you were having to cook out on?
Adam, happy birthday.
Like somebody made a platform, cement.
Patio?
And was that at Chris's house?
Yes.
And that's the house that he was sharing with his wife?
Yes.
And at this cookout, was the wife there?
I didn't see her.
And to your knowledge, had Chris built this platform in the back?
Yes.
Now, did there ever come a time where you had to clean out Chris's home?
The rent man had us to clean the house up.
And is this the same house that he shared with the wife?
Yes.
What type of things were you cleaning out of the house?
Clothes, furniture, and clothes.
If you can recall, I know it's been probably some time. Were these women's clothes, men's clothes?
Men's clothes.
The wife was murdered. She was the child of a serial
as far as time frame, is this cleaning of the house before you left off of Brookline in 99?
I used to work for the man cleaning houses.
Okay.
It was Mr. Holyfield used to own the houses, and like when people move out and stuff, what he had was to clean his house. So, I don't.
Do you remember if it was did you clean this house when you started living on Sylvan Road, or were you still living on Brookline?
I was living on Sylvan Road then when I cleaned the house.
And this cookout that you're referencing with Chris, is this before or after you would see the woman that we've been talking about, the wife, with the baby?
Was it before or after?
Yes.
It was after I had seen his wife.
This is Mrs. Hilton from...
Do you know anyone named Norma Patton?
No, ma'am.
Do you know anyone named Tina Patton?
No, ma'am.
What about Carl Patton?
No, ma'am.
Carl was the serial killer, I believe. Father of the victim.
Court's indulgence for one moment.
Sure.
Cody, you're not wrong at all. This is a wild case. The facts on this one are just nuts. A child of a serial killer found murdered and dismembered.
Thank you, Your Honor.
It's a 20-year cold case. And it's in Georgia.
Two.
At what point is there a penalty?
I'm going to put like an electric shock on it for lawyers. So.
That's the mic. He's not supposed to touch the mic. I'm counting that one.
Tell me your name again.
Dorothy Jean Kulie.
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 Cooley?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you ever go by the name Dorothy Roundtree?
I was married to a Roundtree.
You were married to a Roundtree. And at some point, did you go by the name Colley? Colley?
No.
Okay. And I think you already said you never used the last name Jones. Is that right?
No, I haven't.
Do you remember being interviewed by the police back in 2003 one time?
No, sir, I don't remember. I don't recall.
Okay. Do you remember a Detective Calhoun who came out to 825, 827? That's where you lived, right?
Yes.
Do you remember a detective coming out and talking to you and asking you many of the same questions you were just asked here?
I don't recall them coming out to my house. It's been so long, sir.
Okay.
I don't remember a police questioning me.
Okay. Well, not on that occasion.
Yes.
You know, other times there were police questioning you, right?
Yes.
We'll talk about that.
We're getting to her
So
past.
the events that you're talking about were essentially, will go back 35 years ago, correct?
Something like that, 25, 30 years, yeah.
Yeah. Because you said that you originally met Chris, my client, about 10 years before you met the wife, correct?
I met Chris was young when I first seen him coming over to the next door.
Okay. And, you know, well, like, how old was he then, do you think? Was he living there then?
No, he wasn't living there then.
Okay. How old do you think he was then?
I don't know, sir. He's about the same. He's around the age of my baby brother is. So, my baby brother, when we first met Chris, they were still in school. He was in school.
Give me a rough estimate. Just
17, 18 or something like that. I don't know.
Okay, so that was what he was 10 years before when you saw him over on Brookline.
What do you mean, sir?
I can just ask questions, and you've got to help me by answering.
I don't know how old he was, sir.
Okay. But if he's the same age as your brother...
I say he's around my brother's age.
Okay. Well, I mean, where was he living when you first met him?
I don't know where he was living when I first met him.
Okay.
When I first met him, I used to just see him over there next door to the man's house. I don't know if he was living up here or not, but that's why I met him on Brookline.
Okay. How often would you see him during this period? I just wrote down 1989 through 95.
How many times did I see him?
Yeah.
I can't count, sir.
Well, every day?
Every other day.
Every other day?
Yes.
Okay. Beginning in 1989, say.
89 or 90, something like that, when I first met him.
Okay. And then you say at some point he actually moved in to one of the
He moved in across the street from us.
Right. Because you said you're in the odd number houses and he moved into a house in an even number.
I was staying in 825. So he was staying across, so he was in even numbers on the other side.
Right. And that's a duplex also, correct?
All of them was duplexes, sir.
Right. So when you're in your house and you're hearing arguing across the street, it's from one of it's from the duplex, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And in the duplex was a man named Troy Keys. You remember that?
The white man stayed across the street from us.
Uh-huh.
Yes, I remember Mr. Troy.
And he lived with Mary Williamson.
I don't know who he lived with.
Well, there was a woman named Mary who lived there for many years, right?
When I met Mr. Troy was there by himself.
Okay.
It was a lady staying with him. I didn't ever see her.
Okay. But they were living in the duplex across the street, which was connected to the house, as a duplex connected, had a common wall. Yes. With the house that Chris was living in.
Objection, Your Honor, because he put in.
It's the same house that Mr. Troy.
I apologize for interrupting, but there's an objection I have to deal with before you answer, okay? Thank you.
Mischaracterization of the evidence, because he said they, and her response wasn't a they. It was a she doesn't know a they.
Okay.
So
if she understands the question, she can answer it. I'm going to overrule it. Go ahead, Mr. Samuel.
Okay. So there's a duplex across the street from you.
Yes, sir.
Just like your house was a duplex.
Yes, sir.
There were people living on the other side of you also, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And at night, sometimes you'd be in your house and you'd hear arguing from the house across the street, correct?
Be on the front porch.
You'd be on the front porch.
Yes.
And hear arguing across the street. Mm-hmm. And it's coming from inside of a duplex.
Yes.
Okay. And in the other duplex was Troy and sometimes this woman Mary, correct?
Yes.
And sometimes in the other half, the duplex was where Chris and Melissa lived, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you didn't know Melissa very well, right?
I didn't know her at all. I just met her, just looking, passing by or whatever.
Okay. So you never had a long conversation with her about anything?
No, sir.
You never met two kids. You just saw one kid.
I just seen one kid, sir.
Okay. For how many years did you see them there together?
I seen the lady and the kid 3 times, at least 3 or 4 times, sir.
Okay. How about the lady, you're talking about Melissa, right?
Yes, sir.
Without the kid, how often did you see her?
I didn't never see her without the kid.
Okay. So over the course of the entire time that you saw Melissa, there were 3 times, excuse me, can I start over? Over the course of the time that you were living there, you saw Melissa a grand total of 3 times.
3 to 4 times, sir.
Okay. Over how long a period of time is that? Months, years?
It was like 3 times. If I seen her, when I see her, she was getting in the car to go to the grocery store, wherever they was going. I didn't never see her out mingling with nobody, sir.
Okay. And never had a conversation with her?
No, sir. High and by, that's it.
High and by. Okay. Yes. But you talked to Chris?
Chris used to hang out, yes. We used to talk.
Okay. And you knew Chris for however many years, 7, 8, 9, 10, before Melissa moved in to the duplex with him?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know when they got married?
No, sir, I do not.
Okay. Do you know a man named Don Perone?
I know a man named Don, but I don't know his last name, sir.
Where did he live?
Brookline.
Okay. By the way, when you described the arguing, you said you would hear screaming back and forth. Is that right?
I would hear them telling people to stop doing whatever they was doing, sir.
Okay.
If they was arguing and fighting or whatever, I would hear her say, stop doing whatever he was doing. To her, just stop doing it.
Okay. He would tell her to stop doing something.
She would tell him to stop doing something.
Okay. And did you hear him screaming at her also?
Arguing. They was arguing back and forth like.
Okay. And this went on for how many years?
I don't know how many years it went on, sir.
That you heard?
That I heard?
Yes.
It wasn't no years. I heard it like 3 or 4 times out of a, let's say 3 or 4 times out of a week or something like that.
3 or 4 times per week you would hear arguing?
Sometimes, yeah.
Okay. During this period of time, you were convicted of some crimes, weren't you?
Yes, I was, sir.
Okay. In fact, you've been arrested about 11 times, right?
Yes, I have, sir.
You've been arrested for aggravated assault?
Yes, I have, sir.
Been convicted of aggravated assault?
Yes, I have been, sir.
Okay. You were arrested for theft?
I don't know about no theft, sir.
Theft by receiving?
Theft by receiving, yes, I was.
Mm-hmm. You were arrested for burglary?
Not as I recall.
Okay. You were convicted of prostitution?
No, I was not, sir.
You were arrested for prostitution?
I was arrested for prostitution.
And soliciting sodomy, right?
That's what they say, sir.
And those are all proper, but
you were.
I think that's a withdrawn objection.
Well, I'm gonna object any further of the arrest questions as improper.
Okay.
You were, during the same period of time, 1998, you were arrested and went to jail for battery, family violence, correct?
Objection, improper questioning.
It's not impeachment. I'm trying to show she's not even there because she's getting arrested.
I'm gonna give you a little bit of leeway, Mr. Samuel. Okay.
You were arrested for battery, family violence in December of 1998, right?
But who I was arrested for family violence.
Yeah, you want to see?
Yes, I do.
Let's count this one. It's a free-for-all in Georgia, I guess.
Yes.
Holy smokes. The prosecutor's like, I object. This makes us look bad. She couldn't find the words for an objection. I object. Just...
Battery.
Remember that?
No, sir, I don't, but I remember getting arrested. I don't know. I didn't get arrested about no family.
You got arrested for battery.
I got arrested for battery and wasn't against none of my family.
Okay. The charge is family violence battery. I just showed it to you, right?
You just showed it to me, sir.
Okay. And then...
you did. Yes.
After that, hindering apprehension of a criminal you were arrested for?
Objection, Your Honor. What year does it still be improper?
2009.
Can y'all come here for just a minute?
Lady Noel, welcome to the gallery. Thank you very much for joining us as a member. You can never leave now. It is a one-way door. But don't worry, you're among friends. You have no reason to leave. Thank you very much for your support of the channel. This case is wild. Georgia is different. And now when I say Georgia, I realize we've got some amazing people. One of my moderators, Josh, is from Georgia. Lady Draconis, I think you're from Georgia as well. We've got some great Georgia people, and of course, we love Georgia peaches. But Fulton County, especially the legal system in Fulton County, has issues. And I'd ask you guys, I'm not asking you to talk about political issues in chat. I'm saying the justice process in Fulton County has issues. I've just now come to realize that when Judge Manning says, and stay out of Fulton County, that's not an order. That's a warning to the rest of us. They have problems. So we're seeing them come to light here in the legal system. We saw it in the YSL case. We're seeing it here now again. We're not going to paint all of Georgia with the same brush, although I'm not going to stop there. So, but this is Fulton County, yes. It's advice. It's great advice. And stay out of Fulton County. The problem is that, the defendants have rights, constitutional rights. that are afforded to every citizen of the United States. And Fulton County dispenses justice in such a way that I think that the federal government needs to step in and say, we're going to handle things for a little while and get things straightened out.
You say you've never used the name Dorothy Jones?
No, sir, I haven't.
Okay. Most of the events we've been talking about here are for events that occurred, and again, I know we don't know a particular starting date, but late 80s, 89 or 90, up through 99, right?
Yes, sir.
Can you speak up a little bit?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. And is it fair to say, maybe this is, just kind of rhetorical, that
objection is rhetorical because
take out the rhetorical. I want an answer.
He hasn't phrased it yet, so I can't tell him to rephrase, but go ahead.
Yeah, forget the rhetorical. If you were approached by the police in 2003, would you have been honest with them?
Would I have been honest with them?
Yeah. Would you be honest if a policeman wanted to interview you in 2003?
Yes.
Okay. Would you have told them the truth about your name?
Yes, I would have.
Okay. And if in 2003 you were interviewed by a detective were you living on Brookline in 2003?
No. I had moved from Brookline. My mom and them still stayed on Brookline. I go visit my mom and I'm on Brookline.
Well, maybe I should ask you another question. Do you know anybody by the name Dorothy Jones?
No, I do not.
That's not your mother's name?
My mama's name is Stella Shanks.
Okay, I just want to make sure. So if you were interviewed by the police in 2003, you would have been honest with them?
Yes, I would have.
You would have been honest about your name?
Yes.
And you would have been honest about not ever having talked or seen, let me take that back, not ever having that you didn't know Melissa at all, correct?
No, sir, I didn't.
Okay. And now we are 22 years later, right?
Right.
From this event in 2003 that I'm asking you about. And really we are 25 or 26 years later than any observations you had when you were at Brookline, right?
Mm-hmm.
You got to say yes or no.
Yes.
When was the last time you saw the people who lived in the other half of the duplex where Chris and Melissa lived?
It was a long time after I left from over there I seen here.
I'm talking about Trey Keys and the woman Mary, who you saw occasionally.
It was
Objection, Your Honor. Miss improper characterization of her testimony.
Well,
she never said she saw Mary.
Well, I'll just remind you that the lawyer's questions aren't evidence, and he can ask the question, and if she understands it, she can answer. So I'm going to overrule your objection. Go ahead, Mr. Samuel.
I'll just withdraw that and be more careful. Did you, in fact, meet the other person who lived there with Troy, or do you know, named Mary Williamson?
I didn't know her name, but I used to see a lady over there, but I didn't know they stayed together, sir.
Okay. How often did you see her over there?
I don't know.
Did they come out to barbecues also?
They used to, I don't know if it was he couldn't hear you or nothing. The man that stayed over there, I think he was couldn't hear. He couldn't hear or nothing. But all I used to do is just pass by him and speak to him and stuff. Okay, but I'm asking about the woman who was occasionally there with you. I don't know nothing about her, sir. I don't know. But you saw her there? I saw her 1 or 2 times there. That's all right. Those are my questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ms. Hilton? Thank you.
It is really hard to prove a cold case. Memories
I want
fade.
to ask you about this Troy and this woman that Mr. Samuel talked about.
She doesn't know anything about the woman.
When you would see Chris and his wife, did you ever see that woman at Troy's house?
No.
So when you're talking about the arguing and the screaming, is that coming from Chris and the wife, as far as what you could tell from where you were sitting at on the board?
As far as I could tell.
And did you actually, do you know who Melissa is?
Not really, ma'am.
Chris's wife, not met. When you saw Chris's wife, did you know her name?
No, ma'am.
You just recognized that lady in the picture I showed you earlier?
Yes.
And you recognize her to be Chris's wife?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
Thank you. Anything else, Mr. Samuel?
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. You may step down. You are excused. So, ladies and gentlemen, my intention was to take a break around 11:30, somewhere between 11:30 and 11:45. Is everybody okay? Everybody comfortable? Okay. State may call its next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls Marlon Sutton.
20-40 minutes for the next break. When we break for lunch, we have a case out of Kentucky, a hearing today. The sheriff that shot the judge in the judge's own chambers. We're going to...
So you know, I'm going to take a break around 11:30, 11:45, and then I'm probably going to take a little bit of a later lunch, or probably around 1:15 if everybody's good with that. So make sure if you need a snack or something on the break that you get one, okay? Thank you.
Grab you some M&Ms from the dispenser. Oh, okay, just to clarify, there's a lot of confusion about this. The dad of the victim was a convicted serial killer.
You're coming up to the witness stand. When you reach the witness stand, before you sit down, if you'll turn and face the deputy and raise your right hand, he'll swear you in.
He is deceased. The dad is deceased.
Thank you, sir. And just be careful about that ledge with the rolly chair.
Okay.
And then if you'll just scoot up to the microphone and state and spell your name for the record, sir.
Yeah, this is Marlon Sutton, MarlonSutton.
Okay. Officer Sutton, good morning.
Good morning. The earpiece
So the court where you're currently employed?
I'm currently employed at Atlanta Municipal Court right now.
Okay. And what agency do you work for?
City of Atlanta.
How long have you worked with the City of Atlanta Police Department?
Ooh, a little over 30 years.
Okay. And when you started, describe your role when you started with the police department.
Yeah, I started back in '94. I was assigned to Zone 3. So I was basically answering 911 calls for the first 9 years I was in the department.
Okay. And at any point were you employed in that capacity in July of 1998?
Yes.
All right. And would you have the occasion to, as part of your role in the police department, responding to incident calls or 911 calls?
Yes.
All right. And do you also have the occasion to respond to, say, calls involving domestic violence?
Absolutely.
All right. Is that a pretty common occurrence, responding to calls where there's been an allegation or call about a domestic violence incident?
Pretty much in that area was.
All right.
I worked at.
How many calls, and just ballpark, how many times would you say you've had a chance to respond to a domestic violence incident?
I was in that zone for 9 years, so I probably wrote about maybe 5 to 10 reports a day. Domestic violence, it had to be in the hundreds.
I'm sorry?
I wrote hundreds of domestic violence reports. I've been over there.
All right. And when you respond to a domestic violence call, talk about some of the things that you're either concerned about or you're looking to investigate.
Yeah, anytime I got a call of domestic violence, first of all, I just want to check and make sure that the victim is taken care of, away from hurt, harm, or danger, see if she needed kind of medical attention, so on and so forth. And we had a domestic violence unit back then. We would call them out to come out and actually deal with them on pursuing any charges further, since in this particular case, I was out on the suspect, wasn't on the scene.
Okay. What typically happens when say a warrant or a domestic violence, say a battery is initiated? What happens typically?
Well, typically if I write the initial report and we'll call a DV, domestic violence investigator, to come out, and they'll investigate from that point on and have the victim come down and pursue warrants and so on and so forth.
Okay. You familiar with the term a TPO?
Yes.
What is that?
Temporary protective order.
And what's generally the purpose of a temporary protective order?
Someone in fear of being hurt or harmed by another person, they file a TPO.
Okay. Is that something that you will either educate or inform persons that you believe may have been victims of the
Right. There's time I can inform them or I can get the domestic violence unit because that's what they pretty much do every day.
Okay.
So.
And when you, what's the process? How does one go about getting a protective order?
Yeah, well, what I would do is that I would just always, if I can't get the DV on the line or can't get them to come out, I would advise them to come down to the courthouse and file one.
Okay,
so the courthouse.
You would actually advise the individual to, if they felt concerned, they would go to the courthouse.
Yes, but generally, if we got the domestic violence unit, then we'll call them out to the scene to assist them further.
Okay.
Forgive me for interrupting, sir. If you would, you're a really fast
talker.
I'm
sorry. Yeah,
that's okay. If you'll just, when you're answering questions, try
slow down a little bit.
Slow down a little bit.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, is it common for you to find, say, the offending spouse at the location when you respond?
No, it's not common. I mean, sometimes, but not. So most of the time, the suspect probably is gone or left the scene before I get there.
Okay. And I want to turn your attention to July 21st, 1998 incident. Your testimony is that you were employed in that same capacity at the Atlanta Police Department on that date?
Yes.
Did you have the occasion to respond to an incident location at that date?
Yes, there was a call came up that day.
All right. Do you recall what street that incident location was?
I believe it was on Brookline.
All right. Do you recall the address itself?
No.
All right. If I were to show you a copy of your report, would that refresh your recollection as to, say, the address, numbers of the street, and the street name itself?
Absolutely.
Okay. All right. Take a look at this document to yourself.
Okay. Okay.
So the defendant was charged with domestic violence. The victim went missing
Having reviewed that document, is your
before trial.
recollection refreshed as to the street number?
Yes, 772 Brookline.
All right. Well, let me show you this document again.
Okay.
Now, let me ask you this.
Mm-hmm.
So, the 772 Brookline Street, do you know if that's the number of the address of the call that came in, or is that the number of the actual house where the incident was taking place?
No, according to what I wrote, is that's not where it occurred at. She had left and went to another location and called, and I met her at that location.
All right. So it wasn't, you didn't meet her at the incident location where it occurred.
Right.
Your testimony is that she left and went to a different
Right.
All right. And as far as the address where the incident actually occurred, do you recall what that address is?
Not off the top of my head, I don't.
Would it help to look at a copy of your report?
Yes.
It's documented.
Yes.
All right. You can look at this section here, and I'll read it to you.
Okay.
What is that address?
I wrote in a 780 block of Brookline.
Okay. You don't recall it being 824 Brookline?
No. Let me see it. Let me see what I wrote.
You see that section here? You recall it?
Okay, that's the address that was given to me is their residence address. As a residence, right.
Okay. All right. And when you say their residence, you're referring to the Christopher and Melissa Wolfenbarger?
Right, at 824.
All right, okay.
Brookline.
And that location, is that in Fulton County?
Yes.
When you arrived at incidents of involving domestic violence, do you look to see if there are any signs of physical trauma or abuse on the individual that's been affected?
Yes.
Did you do that in this case?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell the jury if you recall seeing any signs that Ms. Wolfenbarger had been assaulted or attacked in any way?
Yeah, I documented the bruises that was on her legs.
Okay. And okay. Now, do you recall seeing anywhere else? And I know this is 1998.
I mean, not off the top of my head, as I wrote something down in the report that I'm not aware of.
All right. And during this period, your testimony is that you were taking about five to 10 calls a week?
I may write like 5, 10 reports a night.
A night?
Right.
Okay. All right. And that's during that 8-9 year period
Right.
That you were working that zone?
Right, Zone 3 was busy back then.
All right. And so, to your recollection, this would have been the only time you would respond to that location. Is that also correct?
That, to my recollection, it is.
All right. I want to turn your attention to, well, let me ask you this. Would it refresh your recollection if you were to review another portion of your potential injuries you may have been observed?
I got you.
Okay. You look at that section, tell the court if you recall seeing any abrasions or indication of an attack.
All right, can we approach?
Yes.
I believe this is improper recollection or improper refreshing the witness's recollection, because he didn't say he didn't remember. He remembered. He said, "This is what I remember seeing." So are they impeaching him, or are they saying, "No, that's not what you saw. You testified wrongly"? Should we count this on the counter? I don't know. Still speculating on what the objection is. The judge has asked them to stand, make their objection, and using one or two words, cite the reason for the objection. Objection hearsay, objection leading, misstating the evidence, things like that. They're just saying objection, can we approach, which is not helping us at all. If you're having trouble with the audio, YouTube has been having some trouble the last couple days. We do recommend just going back out and coming back in. Before you do that, make sure you've got a like on the channel and you subscribe. That'll make it easier to find us in case you do have to refresh your whole YouTube browser. These quiet moments where the audio cuts off from court, the judge has ordered in her media order that anytime the counsel is talking,
you may or may not have observed any injuries on Miss Wolfenbarger.
Yes, I observed injuries on her body.
Okay. Do you recall what parts of her body that you observed?
Yeah, yes, sir.
And what parts of those?
Her legs, I think I documented on there.
Okay.
Arms and legs, I believe. Yes.
Did you also see any injuries on her back?
Not that I recall. That's the top of my head.
You can look at this report in this section here.
Okay. Yes, sir. I see it.
So you recall documenting in your report observing injuries on her arms and back?
Yes, I did.
All right. Now, if you're documenting this, are you documenting what you're observing with your own eyes?
Yes.
Was that a practice that you would do? Would you want to, or would you make it a point to actually observe any injuries that you were going to document in your report yourself?
Yes, I mean, you want to document the injury because just to see if some actually did took place. So.
Okay. That's all I have, Judge.
Thank you. Mr. Samuel?
Officer Sutton.
Yes, sir.
So, do you have your report with you?
No, sir.
Do you remember now, or having looked at your report before you came in today, how many hours had gone by between the time of the incident, whatever it was, and the time you first talked to Melissa?
I don't recall, but I think I wrote down that this had occurred at a different time in my report. I believe it happened at a different time.
Right. How many hours had gone by between the time you had, whatever. I'm going to ask the same question.
Yeah, I don't know because, I think I documented that this occurred at a certain date and time in my report. I don't know what I put on there, but I think I wrote it down that this happened at a certain date and a certain time. So I'm not sure how many hours it was from my memory.
Do you have a copy? Sorry, okay. Do you mind if I give you a copy? Yes, sir. I'm going to give you.
Okay.
I think.
Help yourself to the emojis if you are a member. One of the perks is you get some special emojis to use, including the WD-40, which is useful on squeaky doors and chairs, as we have in this courtroom.
Did you document in your report that any injuries that you observed had occurred earlier at a different location?
Yes.
Okay.
I did document, right.
Okay. You met Melissa at her house, right?
No.
824.
Okay. I can't recall. The reason why I say that because I think I met her in the street from that where it didn't occur.
Okay. So we have one place where the event occurs.
Right.
And then we have the residence.
Right.
Okay. By the way, you never saw Chris Wolfenbarger that night at all. You've never met him.
I don't know what he looks like.
Okay. We couldn't identify him in the courtroom today.
No.
Okay. You guess, but
I mean,
you don't know him.
I don't know him,
no. And never saw him that night.
Never saw him.
All right. And what you wrote in your report was that any injuries were minor, correct?
They appear to be minor.
Okay. I mean,
right.
you checked a box on the report that said minor.
It appeared to be minor. It wasn't anything grave.
Right. Did you take her shirt off?
No.
Okay. And yet you wrote in your report injuries to back.
Mm-hmm.
So you didn't observe those, right?
I don't know. I can't recall.
Fair enough. And your recollection is something about her legs and her arm, but you don't ever remember taking her shirt off and examining.
No, I don't remember taking her shirt off.
Or examining her like that.
Well, I saw injuries on her legs just from what I wrote down, what I saw, what I observed. But I didn't take any clothes off.
Right. Okay. I'm not accusing you of anything. Was there anybody with Melissa when you were doing this interview?
I can't recall.
Okay. Do you remember another man who was at where she had been?
I don't remember that.
Don't remember anything about that?
I don't remember anything about another man, no.
Do you know what was going on at 780 Brookline Street? You wrote that in your report as the incident location, right?
If I wrote it down, I don't know what's going on. I don't know if it actually occurred there, and I got to see my report. I'm not sure.
Ronald, may I?
Yes.
Okay.
So I did some highlighting, and that's obviously mine, not yours. Okay. The incident location was a location at 780 Brookline.
Okay, yes,
And Chris Wolfenbarger wasn't there, right?
No.
You never saw him?
Never saw him.
And where did you actually interview Ms. Wolfenbarger?
One second. Let me see. Hold on a second.
I'm not asking you what was said, just the location.
Well, I got to look and see because I know I met her on Brookline, but I don't know the exact location. Yeah.
But it wasn't her residence.
It wasn't her residence, no.
And you also said that there was some stolen items involved. You remember that?
I remember writing it down, but I can't recall. I can't put it together now why I wrote it. I mean, I don't know.
Okay, but if your report wrote her glasses were stolen and $10 were stolen, would that be accurate?
Yeah,
because,
well, I mean, I think her purse was stolen.
Okay.
There might have items that may have been in her purse. I was just documenting.
Okay. You want to look at your report?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. Okay, I see it.
$10 was stolen, purse, and her glasses were stolen, and her purse was stolen?
Yes.
Okay.
I wrote that down. Right.
You wouldn't write it down if you weren't sure, right?
Right, that's what I was told.
I don't want to get into what you were told, but no medical treatment was needed, though. You checked that box, no.
No, I don't recall medical treatment.
Okay. Those are my questions. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Fawcett, questions for this witness?
We could approach.
Yes.
I'm reading right now the order for inmate grooming, dated the 11th of this month. Defendant Wolfenbarger, with the booking number, is currently in the custody of Fulton County Sheriff on charges of murder and felony murder. Mr. Wolfenbarger begins trial on August 12th. The court hereby orders the appropriate staff at the Fulton County Jail to provide defendant Wolfenbarger with a haircut and or shave as soon as possible. If that doesn't tell you the state of the justice system in Fulton County, I don't know what does. You need the judge to order the jail to give an inmate a haircut. I think he was wanting a haircut. I think he did want to be clean shaven and look good. So, Amber, thanks for finding some of these docs for us. All these documents.
Document in your report the times that you responded to that location?
Yes.
Was that something that you would have done?
Yes.
And also in your report, would you have documented the time that the call came in?
Yes.
And typically, when a call comes in, what is the contributing factor to when you would, when an officer would be dispatched to a call?
You mean a time? Or
yeah, and generally, what time would an officer be dispatched to a call for when actually not?
Well, they prioritize calls. So if someone just filed a police report and there's no immediate threat, it's going to be downgraded. Okay. So it's hard to say, depending on how busy the calls are that day.
All right. And so when this call came in about a potential domestic violence incident, where would that have been in terms of calls and priorities?
Well, it wouldn't have been a high priority call because there was no threat there at the time.
Okay. All right. Now, do you recall and we were talking about the July 21st, 1998 incident. You recall that day? Do you recall the time that you received the call?
No, I don't recall off the top of my head. I don't.
Okay. Do you recall the time that the actual call came in?
No, I have to see what's documented.
Okay. If you could review your report.
Okay.
And tell the court if you can recall both of those times.
Well, he reviews the reports. Yes, the defendant had a climbing accident 2 years after
the time I received the call.
The wife's death. Yeah. He's now in a wheelchair.
You want the dates or just the times?
Just the date and the time.
Okay.
Sandy, thank you very much.
I got the call on, it looks to be, I'm trying to read my writing, it looks to be July 21st, 1998 at around 8 p.m.
Okay.
Maybe that's 8:01 p.m., I'm not sure, like maybe 8:01 p.m., 2100 hours.
And that would have been a time you say you received the call?
Right. That's the time I received the call, yes.
All right. And what would have been the time that you would have responded?
Let's see. Hold on one second. I don't know the exact time I got there on the scene. That's the time I got the call, though. So I don't know what time I actually arrived.
Okay.
That's the time I got the call. So it could have been anywhere between, I would say, 10 to 15 minutes after I got the call before I got there on the scene.
Okay. That would have been an average time that it would have taken you to respond.
Right. Just drive over there, probably about 10 to 15 minutes.
All right. At that time, did you have the name of the individual that could have been the offender?
When I got the call?
Yes.
No, not when I got the call. All
right. At that time, did you have an understanding of who the potential offender was to the victim, like the relationship between the two? Did you have an understanding of that?
Objection.
Randy.
You want to rephrase?
Welcome, Brandy.
If you can.
So good to see you.
Did you know the relationship between the two parties?
I object, Your Honor.
Overruled.
What was your answer?
No, I didn't know.
All right. And did you know who upon responding, did you know who the victim was?
Upon responding, yes, I did.
And who was that?
I don't know her name, to be honest with you. I can look at the report and give you the name I wrote on there.
I'm sorry?
I can look at the police report and give you the name of the victim that's on the police report. I can give you that.
Okay.
You like me to read the name of the report? I can give you that.
Randy Churchwell,
You have the victim name?
Great friend of the channel, great content creator, amazing podcasts, great commentator.
Yeah, did you document that victim's name?
Yes, I did.
What is that name?
It's Melissa Wolfenbarger. I'm not pronouncing it right.
Brandy, this case is crazy.
That's all I have, Judge.
You were saying
Samuel, anything else?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you, sir. You may sit down. You are
Judge
excused.
Manning, when she says, and stay out of
Okay,
Fulton
ladies
County.
and gentlemen, it's 11:42. We're going to take about a 15-ish minute break. I'm going to try and get you in here as close to noon as I can. And then again, as I mentioned, we'll go for about an hour and 15 minutes, and then take a break for lunch. So I'll see you in about 15 minutes. Thank you.
We'll take that break with you. When Judge Manning from Fulton County says, and stay out of Fulton County, to all these people who she arraigns in court, it's actually a warning to the rest of us. Fulton County, the legal system, is a mess. This is where YSL trial happened. As a matter of fact, we've got some of the same players. We've got a tie-in for both the Georgia things we just watched. Doug Weinstein was in YSL as a defendant, amazing defense lawyer, and now we've got some of the same prosecution team that were in YSL as well, pulling the same stunts they pulled in the YSL trial. We had, at least 3 times yesterday?
We're going to take a break in just a second. Before we do, I wanted to put a couple of bench conferences on the record and just see if anybody wanted to make any additional record regarding that matter. Going back to the previous witness, Ms. Kulie, I asked the parties to approach during a series of questions by Mr. Samuel that drew objections from Ms. Hilton regarding that witness's criminal history. The original objection, I think, was that it was improper impeachment. Mr. Samuel indicated that he wasn't offering it for impeachment purposes, but to demonstrate that the witness wasn't there at the times that she claimed to have been. When I asked the parties to approach, I pointed out that if it went to impeachment, then it needed to be convictions, and it needed to be for felonies or crimes of moral turpitude, and that if it went to attempting to demonstrate that the witness wasn't there, then what she was arrested for wasn't relevant. That maybe the fact of the arrest and the time frame would be relevant, but not what it was. And I think where that was resolved is that Mr. Samuel was like, I think I'm done with my examination anyway. But I wanted to make sure there was a record of that and see if any party wanted to put anything else on the record regarding that issue. Ms. Hilton.
Nothing from the state.
Mr. Samuel?
No, you're accurate, Your Honor.
Okay. And then there were 2 approaches regarding the witness, Officer Sutton. One was Mr. Samuel requested to approach. He expressed concern about the witness stating what the victim had told him as part of the his on-scene discussions assessment of the situation. And Mr. Fawcett indicated that he had, in accordance with the court's instructions, specifically instructed the officer that he wasn't to say anything about what Melissa Wolfenbarger told him. And so then we approached again because the state, I don't know that they used those words, but felt like Mr. Samuel may have opened the door to what Ms. Wolfenbarger told the officer or not by asking questions about whether Ms. Wolfenbarger's purse was stolen, whether her glasses were stolen, whether $10 was stolen, which we know was apparently a part of a narrative that the officer obtained from Ms. Wolfenbarger, but the questions were not asked in such a way that it implied or stated directly that that information came from Ms. Wolfenbarger. And so what I communicated at the bench was that I did not believe that Mr. Samuel's questions in that topic had opened the door. That was my recollection. If you want to correct, expound, or make any additional record, you're free to do so. Mr. Fawcett?
That's correct.
Mr. Samuel?
I agree. That's correct.
Okay. Anything else we need to address before we take a quick break? Mr. Fawcett?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Samuel?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. We're in recess until noon.
Wow. A quick 15-minute break there. I was saying that 3 times yesterday, the prosecution was caught, I would say, in a tight spot where they had, the defense had discovered, or they had to admit or acknowledge or turn over evidence, discovery to the defense in the moment, during trial, this is post-openings. They're like, oh, and by the way, here's 70 crime scene photos you haven't seen before, ever. Sorry, we forgot to tell you about those. Here they are. Good luck. there was a witness on the stand. On cross-examination, defense gets up, starts asking questions. It comes out from the witness that the witness, who was the lead investigator, says, "Oh, we did have a video of the dog carrying a bag with the head in it out of the woods. Security camera video was on VHS. Don't know where that went." Defense had never heard of that before. The same witness also said, "Yeah, I'm missing police reports out of here. There's more reports that are not included in this file that I made." And defense had never heard that before. The state knew about it the week before, but had neglected to tell the defense these little details because they deemed them not important. 3 times that's happened. And if you remember the YSL trial, it was a lot more than that with the number of times that things just were not disclosed and just done improperly. It is a mess in this trial. And honestly, this is a tough case to prosecute without it being poorly managed on the prosecution side. And anytime you have a cold case, witnesses' recollections fade, right? It's always best, we hear over time, wouldn't you remember better closer to the time what actually happened than, say, like 10 years down the road? And with the exception of one witness, I forget what witness that was, who says his memory gets better over time. That was a few trials ago. That was weird. Usually people say, yes, I remember better in the moment than I do right now. It fades over time. And so you have all these witnesses that are being asked about what they did on a Tuesday 20 years ago, and they're like, I think we sat on the porch. You expect them to not know, and you expect a lot of this. And so if you're frustrated by some of the answers, by the witnesses saying, I don't recall, you try the challenge yourself. Think back the same amount of time and tell me what you were doing that week. I doubt you'll recall, even if there was a big event that happened there, some of the details. So very difficult to prosecute. As somebody mentioned in chat, thanks for the comment. I missed who said it. It is very key that evidence preservation is done properly in these cold cases, because oftentimes you collect what you can and then you're waiting for a break, right? You're waiting for something to happen to give you a little more information, because the parts and pieces the prosecution has in the moment are not enough to take you to a conviction. They're not enough to point to a certain person as a culprit. And so you're waiting for either technology to come along and you can test something better or retest something, which, DNA has been done great over the many years as we've improved that process. There's other testing that can be done that way. And in this case, they were waiting to figure out who the body was. Well, when I say body, who the head and limbs belonged to. They never found the body. The torso portion of the body was never recovered. And so they're trying to figure out who it was. And they didn't know that until the victim's dad got arrested and jailed for being a serial killer, a bit of a hitman. He'd killed a couple people, and he goes to jail as part of this whole convoluted thing that happens separately that's not related. Okay, dad being a serial killer is not related to the daughter dying from murder. But his DNA matches. That's how they find out who she is. And so now they're able to pursue that. That was back in 2003. So this is a very confusing case, and I think the prosecution, being as disorganized or inept as they are, depending on how you view this, is not helping at all. So already you're fighting an uphill battle to get a conviction in a cold case, because the break in the case was basically the ID of who the victim was. And now going back and reinvestigating is very difficult. What they have is the defendant married to the victim. Okay, that's good. They've got the defendant at work, worked a place for 4 months, may have borrowed a saw. We're not sure. The owners, at one point they said he did. One point they said they weren't sure. One point they said everyone did. One point they said he returned the saw. One point they said he didn't. But he may have borrowed a power tool from them. We have a dismembered corpse, which we believe was dismembered using a power tool. And we have, I think, the smoking gun, which we have here from this last witness, Officer Sutton, that the defendant... I think we're getting to this. The defendant there was domestic violence in the home, and this is terrible. Obviously, domestic violence is never okay, but there was domestic violence, and we're going to get to the issue that he was charged and was being tried for domestic violence, but the case could not go forward because the victim went missing, and now we know why she was missing. So circumstantial evidence, yes, very difficult to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. So this is going to be a wild one. How has this not ended up in mistrial with prejudice? I think it's going to take more than what we've had already to have a mistrial with prejudice, but I believe that the same pattern, specifically with evidence not being turned over from the prosecution to the defense, keeps coming forward. I think that likelihood will rise. What's everyone having for lunch? I can tell you what we're going to have for lunch. We're going to have the Steins hearing out of Kentucky. The sheriff, you guys remember this video from a few months ago. Maybe it was more than that. Was it a year already? Holy cow, time flies. The sheriff that went into the judge's chambers and shot and killed him as he sat at his desk, all caught on a security camera video. They were friends. They went out to lunch. There are all sorts of allegations about improper favors being granted by defendants to court staff or bailiffs or judges or all of the above in return for favorable treatment through the judicial system. It's a salacious story. We're not sure exactly where the truth in that lies. And also, there's a possibility of some mental health issues at play in this trial. So we've got a hearing there. We're going to check in and see where that one is out of Kentucky. And that should be, I guess we'll try to pick that up at 1:15 when we go for lunch here. All right. What you just described, isn't that what they call a Brady violation? A Brady violation is failure to turn over the information that's required. So yes. This morning, I don't remember the facts. This morning, the defense objected to something and raised an issue and said it was a break. I don't know what just fell in my house, but it was big and made a lot of noise. What this morning wasn't a Brady violation. If the prosecution has information that the defense could use that could inculpate their, did I say that word right? Their client, that could be used in the defense. Think the Alec Baldwin trial, and they don't turn it over. That's a Brady violation. But basically, prosecution should be turning pretty much everything over to the defense. And when they know they have information and don't turn it over, that's when you have a problem. Let's see. Exculpatory. Yeah, I said inculpatory. Exculpatory excludes instead of includes. Sorry, I had that completely backwards. I heard that. Yeah, it was backwards. Greeners, thanks for the word. Let's see. John had asked a question. Do they just not object to hearsay? And this was going way back, John Omar. Do they just not object to hearsay because they think they can lay the foundation? Hearsay generally is not overcome with the foundation being laid. Hearsay would be overcome by an exception to the hearsay rule. Hearsay basically prevents out-of-court statements, anything that was said outside of court, from being brought into court unless it meets one of the exceptions. There are a whole bunch of those. One of them is an excited utterance. If somebody's like, something happens, they're like, wow, there's a comet in the air or something like that. That comes in. It's something they're excited. I don't know why I went to astronomy as an example, but something they say in that moment of excitement is admissible. It overcomes the hearsay rule. So generally not foundation. Foundation would be foundation might be, say for instance, we have a police officer on the stand who is asked a question and the objection is, Your Honor, this is outside of his expertise. There's no way he would know that. And the judge would say, well, if you can lay the foundation and explain to us why he would have this knowledge, then I'll allow it in. That's where foundation might be something useful. But foundation basically gets us logically to the point where the evidence we're about to hear from the witness makes sense as to why they know or how they know. Of course, it still has to follow the legal loopholes. It can't be hearsay. It can't say, I know because so-and-so told me. That would be hearsay. Darlene, thanks for the kind words. Appreciate you being here. How's the trial so far? Well, it depends who you are. I don't think it's going well for the prosecution, but it's also not really going well for the defense either. So it's basically, it's terrible for everybody right now. Let's see, nothing about this prosecution is logically laid out. That makes it difficult to follow. It's terrible to follow. And the style for Miss Hilton, particularly as we've heard from her this morning. She does have that style where she handles her direct examination from a legal pad. The questions are pre-written, and she's checking them off. And she has the tendency to lead as she's asking the question. She's basically just looking for a yes on each one of these items. And typically when your question suggests the answer and can be answered with just a yes or no, it's most likely a leading question, which you're not usually allowed to do as a prosecutor with your own witness. On cross-examination, it is allowed, but it has not been objected to yet by the defense, so she's got away with it. All right. Let's see. Way behind, but did the judge actually order him to get a haircut? It wasn't so much ordering him, Megan. We did read the order. The judge did issue the order, but the order was to the jail. Whoever's in charge of giving haircuts and shaves, he's next. So it's not as much as like, look, sir, you look like a a wild, abominable snowman. You need to trim that beard and look respectable. It wasn't that so much as I think he had an unkempt look, and it came to the judge's attention that they weren't getting haircuts in jail, or it was not being offered. And so she ordered it, and it did happen. When the prosecution finishes this side of the trial, can defense ask to have it thrown out? Don't know the legal term. Barb, yes. Usually that's called a judgment of acquittal, or a JOA. There's a couple other terms for it, depending on the state you're in. But I believe Georgia uses a JOA. We saw that. We saw it in the last trial with Doug Weinstein, where the defense will get up. Usually the the jury should be gone for this. They shouldn't hear this. But defense will get up after the state says we rest. Defense stands up and says, Your Honor, the state has failed to prove this case. They have failed to meet their burden. They didn't prove these elements of the crime. All A, B, C, D, E, and usually it's an exercise in throwing everything against the wall to see if something will stick. That's what Doug did, and he did it well. But you're trying to use the judge instead of the jury to eliminate something. It's an awesome technique, because if the judge agrees with you, it never goes to the jury, at least that segment. And Doug almost won. The judge had some questions specifically in the last trial about Mr. Casotis being charged with possession of tools in the commission of a crime. And he says, normally, don't you have to sort of catch him with the tools? Isn't there that nexus where you'd be like, him and the tools have to be together, and you're like, gotcha? And you're just saying, well, he bought a tool, and we think this is what happened, so he must have had it in his possession. It went through, and the jury did convict. But yeah, so a judgment of acquittal is normal. As a matter of fact, in any trial when it doesn't happen, I think it's a mistake by the defense, because it's an opportunity to lessen the impact to your client. Is it possible in this trial to be successful? On which side? I think it could go anywhere right now. I mean, we have a lot of evidence still to come in. This is a whodunit trial, so there's a lot of information. There's a lot of ancillary information about the father being a serial killer. That's got to be hanging out there, and defense wants to just talk about that as much as they can. It's like, yeah, lots of people around him died, including his daughter. Trying to, say, couldn't it have been somebody else other than our client? It could go either way. This case is hilarious as far as law is concerned. I hope there aren't any serious consequences. So far, I think the defense can get a judgment of acquittal. I do like this judge. I'm hearing some M&Ms. Can I hold the container for a second? Can I show you? Here, I won't take it. I'll give it. Let me show you. This was full. This was full yesterday. 55 ounces of peanut butter M&Ms. I stole them for you. Yeah. Oops. We're almost out. Although I'm getting a refill robbed from me as we speak. There. I've got a quarter evidence cup of them left. Better for defense to ask to have it thrown out due to a lack of evidence. Is it possible for that to happen? I would say yes.
Do we have any matters to take up before we bring the jury back in?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
Okay. We're ready for the jury then?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, Deputy, can you get the jury for us? Please?
Please. What's the word? What's the magic word, Judge? It is please. It's mostly peanut butter. Yeah, they're multicolored, but it's just like gobs of peanut butter with a little candy shell. It's almost health food. She hates the robe. She wears it like a cape. It might be hot in the courtroom, too. I mean, there's some factors at play that might influence how she wears it. HP, not a sponsor of this trial. Sure, my chocolate-covered raisins are a serving of fruit. Yes, Miss McGuire. Of course, of course. Sandy, thank you very much for helping find these documents, working with Amber and getting those to us. The documents, let me say this really quickly. Sandy, thank you. I know Amber's going to make these available over on the As the Gavel Drops Discord page, where you can find documents to all the pertinent cases of the day that you're following. There's a link to Discord, which you can put in the chat.
Thank you all. Please be seated. State may call its next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Stephen O'Hare.
Stephen O'Hare.
Thank you, sir. Come on up to the witness stand, and when you get there, before you sit down, if you'll turn and face the deputy and raise your right hand, he'll swear you in.
You swear upon to the testimony that you're about to give truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, sir? Yeah. Yes, sir. I got to see you.
And if you'll get situated, be careful of those wheels next to that ledge, and then state and spell your name for the record, please.
Yes, Your Honor. My name is Stephen O'Hare, Stephen, last name O''Hare.
Can you say get off my lawn for me?
Afternoon now, about 7 minutes. Can you tell the court where you're currently employed?
I am currently employed with the Atlanta Police Department.
And in what capacity?
I'm a detective.
And how long have you been employed with the Atlanta Police Department?
I am in my 33rd year.
All right. Can you describe your duties that you have currently with the Atlanta Police Department?
I'm assigned to the fugitive unit. Our responsibilities include locating and arresting fugitives that are assigned to us. Typically, the individuals we're looking for would be described as violent offenders. Anybody that has a warrant for anything from murder, armed robbery, rape, aggravated assault involving a weapon. Almost all of our subjects we're looking for involve something of that nature.
Okay. And generally, how is an operation like this planned? What is the planning involved to execute something like this?
So initially, a case will be assigned out. Typically, it's in a rotation-styled order. They will go outside of that at times and give a senior investigator certain cases. In this case, or typically in any case, we'll do an initial background of the individual, attempting to identify a location or a number of locations that the individual could be at. We utilize technology in order to assist in locating individuals. Once we actually reasonably believe that we've got a location for a wanted subject, we will then utilize different means to apprehend them. Could use our own fugitive unit to basically go and conduct a knock and call out is what we call it. Basically, we knock on the door, identify ourselves, and request for the individual to come outside. We could utilize the U.S. Marshals in some more serious cases or cases that are outside of the immediate Atlanta area. We'll also utilize the FBI in a similar manner, but for me, I usually use the U.S. Marshals.
Okay. And were you working in that capacity on the 26th of July, 2024?
Yes.
Okay. And on August 6th, 2024?
Yes.
All right. And as to those dates in particular, now I'm going to turn your attention to August 6th, 2024. Can you tell the court what you did on that date?
So on August 6th of 2024, we prepared a warrant service in the attempt to apprehend Christopher Wolfenbarger, who had an outstanding warrant for murder. I had reached out to the U.S. Marshals and requested their assistance, including the assistance from the Spalding County Sheriff's Office. We reasonably believed that Christopher was at his address. I believe it's 126 Liberty Circle in Griffin, Georgia. We utilized his cell phone by GPSing it, and that allowed us to additionally believe that he was on site, as the cell phone showed to be at his property that was identified to belong to him. We arrived on site. U.S. Marshals took the lead as they went to the actual door to attempt to serve the warrant.
All right. Now, when you approach the door, and in particular in this case, do you make any type of attempt to announce your presence?
Yes, in this case, I witnessed it. The marshals did what we call a surround and call out, so they will surround the property utilizing all the different resources we have that day. But specifically in this case, they approached the door with a 8-man, what we call a stack. Basically, it's a series of individuals who obviously are armed, and their job is to make contact and attempt to apprehend the individual. And in this case, they did knock on the door, and they did identify themselves and specifically call out for Mr. Wolfenbarger to come out and surrender.
When you say identify themselves, how did they go about doing that?
They will call out their U.S. Marshals.
Okay. So there was some attempt, so your testimony is that there was some attempt to alert that there was law enforcement present?
Yeah, it was more than just some attempt. What we describe as waiting a reasonable amount of time. We will knock on the door, knock on the door, knock on the door. And they went further than just, they gave him several minutes to come outside and surrender.
And so when you say further, further than what? What do you mean by that?
Well, depending upon the intelligence we have prior to going in, the potential for violence or potential for there to be risk to the officers for serious injury, or further than that, they could decide to basically break down the door. The individuals believed to be running inside, potentially gathering weapons or anything like that, they will breach the door and attempt to basically escalate it to a point to where get him to understand that he needs to surrender.
Okay. Were those attempts successful?
No, they breached the door, and his female girlfriend that identified, I believe she was a long time girlfriend. She was observed coming from the right side of the structure. It was later determined that their bedroom was to the left side of the structure. So for whatever reason, she was coming from the other side.
Okay. All right. So walk us through, in terms of the tactics that you used to work your way through the Wolfenbarger residence, what were you doing And how many persons or how many officers total were involved in that?
I can't tell you specifically how much personnel we had, but if I had to put a number on it, it'd be roughly 30 people between, obviously, I said before, Atlanta Police, U.S. Marshals, Spalding County Sheriff's Department, and we also had the U.S. Secret Service out there assisting.
Okay. So when you make your breach, what do you do after you first make the breach into the residence?
We basically will breach the door and we'll continue to call out. At that point, they're waiting for any kind of contact with anybody. In this case, his girlfriend immediately came to the door and saying she surrendered as to she basically just started cooperating at that point.
Okay. And did you attempt to work your way through the residence at that time?
At that time, the team that actually was assigned to clear the structure started to basically clear the downstairs. They had a secondary team start to clear what I can only describe as the two garages or off to the right that were directly attached to the actual is the house. It's kind of a weird layout, but you had the house on the left and then you had attached garages that they were using as part of their house. So they cleared the bottom area, did not locate him. They were working to clear the upstairs structure, but they were being very methodical about it. They believed at that point, since they had cleared the bottom, that there's a potential that he was hiding upstairs, and they were trying to come up with a plan on how to safely be able to go up there and locate him and apprehend him.
Okay. Were you able to, was that successful, attempted to locate Mr. Wolfenbarger upstairs?
They never actually made it upstairs. I actually had relocated from outside and came in and started assisting in what we call a secondary search. We actually did 3 or 4 searches to try to locate this individual, and it's not unusual to have people get creative in their houses or locations and come up with locations for them to hide. So we continued to kind of pull on boards, try to move mirrors, just do second and third searches to make sure that somebody didn't miss something. Unfortunately, we are human and things do happen like that. So as I maneuvered out for probably the second or third time out to what was, I can only describe as a makeshift kitchen that was created in one of the garages, and I kind of maneuvered around and I noticed on the right side of it there was like a wine rack that appeared to be loose. So I started manipulating it and kind of saw that it was moving a little bit, and I was using my gun and flashlight on my gun to kind of peer underneath underneath it, and I maneuvered a little bit more to the right, and when I looked inside I could see what turned out to be Mr. Wolfenbarger hunched over. I could see his back, and he was hunched over, hiding deep into the little structure that was created for their kitchen.
Okay. Is your memory good enough of what you observed that day that are you able to demonstrate the manner in which Mr. Wolfenbarger was, as you testified, hunching over when you observed him?
It might not be my memory that I'm worried about. It might be my body that I'm worried about.
Okay. All right. Are you physically able?
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Okay. With the court's permission, could I have the witness step into the gallery and demonstrate what he observed Mr. Wolfenbarger doing?
Mr. Jeremy? Daniel?
That's fine.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
Now entered the charades portion of the trial. Everyone get ready with your guesses.
He seemed to be on all fours, kind of hunched over, where he just was, and you could see the curvature of his back.
Okay. And at that time, your testimony was that you had the light on your firearm, is that correct?
That's correct.
And At that time, your testimony was also that you had already previously made several attempts to announce law enforcement. Is that also correct?
Repeat that?
Several attempts to announce that you were law enforcement. Is that also
not
correct?
just myself, but everybody that was out there. They were. The initial response was we had identified ourselves, and at that point we weren't walking around basically announcing ourselves over and over again. Because the people that are serving the warrant, that are actually looking for him inside, they can't have a bunch of people talking. Their job is to come up with a plan to try to safely find him. So we're not just going to be in the house just yelling or continuously saying, "Hey, police."
Okay. How much time would you say, just an estimation of how much time it took from the point when you first made your announcement of law enforcement to when you were able to apprehend the defendant?
It was at least 20 minutes, if not longer.
Okay.
Somewhere between the range of 20 and 30 minutes, it seemed like, at least.
All right. Were you able to apprehend the defendant on that day?
Yes. Once we spotted him inside of the kitchen area, I kind of backed off, summoned some of the guys around it, and then we called out several times. I attempted to communicate with him myself. Other guys from the U.S. Marshals finally got him to be able to respond within about probably 3 to 5 minutes. And then basically he responded verbally, and it took us probably another 3 to 5 minutes to get him out of the structure, to talk him out.
Okay. All right. The court's permission, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 29. Can you tell the court if you recognize this State's Exhibit?
I do.
All right. How do you recognize that exhibit?
That is a thumb drive with body-worn camera video.
Have you had an opportunity to view the contents of that State's Exhibit?
I have.
Did you sign the envelope on that exhibit indicating that you had viewed it and that it was a fair and accurate representation of what you observed on the date you arrested the defendant?
I did.
Your Honor, at this time, the State moved to tender in evidence State's Exhibit 29.
Okay, Exhibit 29 is admitted.
Permission to publish?
Permission granted.
And Your Honor, I've informed the defense counsel, my assumptions that they're in agreement. We are playing the tape starting at 5 minutes.
Okay.
And how long is it? It is 26 minutes. 26 minutes. Minus 5 or? Minus 5. Minus 5.
So 21 minutes of runtime?
That's correct, Judge.
Okay. Is there both audio and video?
There is audio and video, that's correct.
Okay. The reason I ask that question is just so I can instruct the jury that because of the technology, if you see people talking, their words may lag behind the movement that you see. And so I'll just prepare you for that, that they might not line up.
It's a
Go
talkie
ahead, sir.
film. All right, so this might be noisy and a little confusing. Body cam, is this what it is? Hopefully we get to see it. Mosquitoes are terrible. Turn it down just a little bit, if that's all right. Don't think the audio is going to be as key as the video here. Where's the wine cooler?
Someone wants to put anything away from her? No, it's some old shit.
She's got a stoplight. No, I want a stoplight.
There's a freaking little man cave, and she grabbed us. You're going to run. You're going to keep running. That's true. But it's the fence. You can't get past the big high chimney. And the perimeter got up pretty quick, right? Right. Plus, Frank and another guy approached the woods. So, I mean, they were blocked off there, I think.
Yeah. I don't think that they would have made it out.
Yeah.
Sean. Yeah. Want me to clear your tickets right here? Yeah, fix up there. Yeah, just second here, sweep on those cabinets.
We're about to get the drone upstairs. We're about to fly the drone upstairs. Very, very small, buddy. Straight out the stairs or straight off the Kulie, straight up. Looks like it splits because nothing would have passed us, dude. If he knows something's coming, I'd like to have like fucking. I mean, it sounds weird, but to have like a fucking hidey hole. Yeah. Yeah, I would agree. That'd be the best game.
Yeah, we still got that. Yeah.
I think you got some sort of a hole down there.
Is there nobody on this one? Yeah, just not here.
Is there I got something here.
What does that say on the wall? It says send nudes.
Is that Charles there? Okay.
Are we pretty much clear on the main level?
Except for when you come in the front door, there's a door behind the front door that goes in the front to window on the left. I don't think we've gotten to what that is.
Jumping out.
Yeah, so if he's about to have the drum ready, I would say let's get the drone up there first. Yeah? The box up there as well. Okay, so he's not going to have a whole lot of work up there with the drone. Immediate left is a closed door. Okay. Button hook right, pretty much right above us. There's another closed door. Right and straight is a bathroom. All right, hey, who's got the drone remote? Or the bot remote? Okay, hey, somebody monitor this while Mason's on the stairs. Make sure it's got it jump out on the stairs first.
We could say that it is on like a doorbell. You know that he was awake and he tells her that cops are under staying. So we've got interior cameras. Yeah.
Hey, the two windows here on the left side of the house right there.
Yeah.
Where's these bedroom windows, right?
Yeah.
Are they? So that would be nothing but what, a closet?
Yeah.
It's got to be small.
Yes, sir.
Those two windows go to the bedroom in here? So there's got to be a small here.
I'm not going to went in there.
Yeah, I have not.
I went in there, guys. It's going to be there's no connecting door. It's going to be a small closet unless it stairs down.
Maybe a fucking cool closet, some type of shit.
All right. And I can get up and walk upstairs if you guys want to clean that up.
Is somebody in there? Somebody in there?
Yeah, they're
Josh ain't got moving though. All right, got you. All right, next session towards you. Nobody never said that.
Well, me and him are going to take stairs. You better know
Let's move it straight, bro.
We're about to close the window, right? Yeah. Are we ready? Alright, so when we rolled up, this device was on that side of the house. Yeah, it's good at the end. Take it out, you and I can hear it. You guys clean up here? Yeah. No one there probably heard. What's happening? Keep in mind,
We're looking for the wine rack. It's behind the wine rack. It's hanging out here because the bug zapper is turned on out here. Back into the garage. It's a little quieter out here. All these men are convinced he's in the house. He is. Who's that? Who's the scary clown by the window?
Height? 6 foot. Yes, sir. According to the bottom.
Water heater. It's not in the water heater. Warrants written, they're only allowed to look where he could actually be. They can't like go in through little tiny jewelry boxes and tiny cupboards. overturn the furniture. That's cool. Is that a fire alarm now? Bring the dog. There's like a life-size mannequin over there in the corner with red hair. Check that. Holding a firearm? What? Is that a person? We're just going to ignore the statue of the clown holding a gun?
And that left, and deep left is a big ass dresser. It's pushed all the way to the wall.
Johnny Depp in the living room with the Winchester repeater. That's normal. Headboard is something else.
Where's this whole I think I pretty much cleared it. See, the corner. But it's here. Where's the AC unit? I guess it's upstairs. So I got a cubby hole on a mirror back here. But it's not enough, yeah. Is there no basement? Right here, over there. What is coming from the ground?
This is the bathroom door, see?
That's definitely coming from the ground. I mean, excuse me. No, it could be under like a subfloor, but then that means there is a subfloor. So, I'll access that. No, somewhere here.
Not in there.
I mean, it's held in by these two things. Yeah, it's on a channel, but I couldn't, like, maybe, yeah, I couldn't really, I can't see an empty space.
you see a phone for him in there? You did. Okay.
Oh, we're getting hotter. There we go. Stick your gun in there, he'll take it.
I don't see it. Tell him I need a gun. He's in here. I'm on the other side. You'll be able to see him. Talk to him. Talk to him.
Chris, come out with your hands up, dude. You know you're in here in the garage behind the line thing.
Come out now.
Yo.
Partner, come out now or you're going to get yourself fucking shot.
Oh, there was no need for that. That's how we get demonetized.
Jason, Chris, come on out, bud.
You good, Matt? You good?
Hey,
no,
bring the dog out.
Where?
Yeah, bring the dog.
He's inside of that. Inside of it? Yes, you'll see an opening on the other side. Yeah. He's kind of hunched over like this.
Yeah, you start with the kindness and then you escalate. If you threaten the ultimate result and then like, oh, I'm not going to hurt you. Yeah, they're not thinking about
the video at 23:44.
Thank you.
All right. Now, Detective O'Hare, we've just watched a portion of the video beginning at the 5-minute mark. At this point in the video, has the announcement and the breaches to the residence, had that occurred at that point already?
That had occurred originally, yes.
Okay, all right. And that was the video consistent with your testimony as to the wine rack and placing your gun in the flashlight to be able to view the defendant at that time?
Correct.
All right. And you testified as to the use of technology. Was that the reason that you continued to do the first and the secondary searches? Was that the reason that you continued to do that?
No, technology would have referred to utilizing his cell phone.
Okay.
To assist in locating him.
All right. And how, in terms of the cell phone, was that did that contribute to, I guess, just the certainty that he was at the location or the effort to search the residence? Did that contribute to that?
Yeah, the fact that this was reasonably believed to be his residence, and in addition to that, his cell phone was at the residence. It led us to believe that he was in the residence. We additionally got some additional information that he was inside. So,
okay, all right. That's all I have, Judge. That's all I have. Thank you.
Samuel?
I think I know what the bathroom door said as well. I'll show you in just a second.
Yes, sir.
Detective O'Hare, we've been in court once before. You may not remember. You worked with the Marshals Task Force, is that right?
I did, yes.
Okay, at the time? Okay, Detective Hines, Deputy Hines with the U.S. Marshals?
Yes.
Okay. Hutchins?
Correct.
You
We're going to keep
testified
the
in that
audio.
case, do you recall?
I'm going to show you the bathroom door. You can see what it said.
The approach that the strike forces take when they apprehend someone begins with a pre-operation meeting, correct?
That's correct.
Somewhere off-site, you meet and discuss the background of the defendant, right?
Correct.
You review kind of the history of the case a little bit. I mean, you're not spending hours, but to give you a sense of what you should expect to find, correct?
That's correct.
And for your all safety, right?
Yes.
That wasn't me, was it?
No, I think it was someone in the gallery. It's fine.
Busted.
No strikes. Yeah.
Nope.
Okay. And if I understand correctly, there were about 30 of you that showed up at the house, right?
That's my rough guesstimate. Yes, sir.
You can count the cars out in the driveway, and well, let me go back to the pre-operational meeting. You knew that who did the pre-operational meeting? Who was the case agent, so to speak?
In a technical sense, it was me.
Okay.
I assisted, but considering that we had requested for the U.S. Marshals to handle the actual deployment of resources to apprehend them,
right.
I believe it was Deputy U.S. Marshal Frank Lemke that was technically the U.S. Marshal case agent.
Got it. Okay. And in the pre-operational meeting, did you all discuss the fact that on several prior occasions, Mr. The defendant, Chris, here, you know his name is Chris, right?
Correct.
Wolfenbarger, that he had met with the police and had long conversations with them on many occasions.
Talking about the right guy?
Yes, it was revealed that he understood he was a suspect. Obviously, this had occurred years prior.
That's right. And he had met with the APD and had given DNA samples on 3 different occasions.
I wasn't aware of that, but...
He met with other detectives and gave head hair samples when asked.
That could have happened.
He met with other police. I mean, he was regularly, it seems, this was many years ago, meeting with police officers and gave pubic hair samples. Were you aware of that?
I was aware that he knew he was a suspect and had previously
cooperated. Yeah.
But all the rest of it, I mean, you're talking about a number of years had transpired.
The point is, it's important for the arrest team to know about his... Listen, if in the past he had regularly pulled out a gun every time the police approached him, you would have dealt somewhat differently on this day, August 6th, than if he had just regularly talked to the police when asked.
I guess, but the fact is, the charges, I mean, support us taking him very seriously.
I am not saying you did anything wrong. Okay, so don't.
No, I understand that.
Okay. Who was doing the pre-op? Lemke? Is that what you said?
I believe it was Lemke, but it would have been supported by me. I would have provided, because I technically was the case agent for APD, so I would have provided a lot of the details.
And was this your body cam we were just watching for 20 minutes?
Yes.
Okay. No firearms anywhere, right?
I don't recall ever seeing any.
Okay. Well, of course, you all had assault weapons and machine guns and all kinds of things you use, right? Possess, right?
We have firearms, correct.
Right. If necessary, you have flashbangs you will use?
We have access to them, yes.
You have access to drones you actually use, even inside houses? You'll send drones upstairs to look around what's going on, right?
Yes.
And in this case, as in, I think it's fair to say all of the cases that the strike force does, it's kind of a, for lack of a better description, kind of a shock and awe, right? You don't go in with 1 or 2 people and knock on the door if it's a case where you're making a violent crime arrest. You 30 people with many armed with assault weapons and everything else, right?
Yeah,
it is a scary scene.
Well, the idea is to overwhelm the individual with a show of perceived force.
Exactly what I meant. Okay, shock and awe, overwhelm them with perceived force. And it's obvious to you what happened here was the overwhelming show of force led him to hide behind the counter, right? Behind the wine cellar, the wine rack.
I would say I would disagree with you.
Okay. Well, you don't know what's in his state of mind. I don't know what was his state of mind. But there was an overwhelming show of force, and then he went and hid, correct?
There was, but there was also a declaration that the law enforcement was on his property, and he was fully aware of that.
Oh,
absolutely. I'm not questioning that. I mean, just look how everybody's dressed. You all have flak jackets on, police, marshal, Secret Service was there. No FBI. The FBI strike force wasn't there, right?
They were not there.
You use marshals, and another group uses FBI, right?
Correct.
Strike force. There's two different strike forces in Atlanta.
He didn't hide after they came in because he was scared.
And
He
when
hid
you
before they
arrested
came in.
him, he came out from behind the, whatever you call that part of the kitchen that was under kind of construction behind the wine rack, correct?
Correct. After a period of time, he finally surrendered.
Right. And then you put him in someone's car and drove him up to Atlanta, correct?
That's correct.
That's all the questions I have, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Fawcett?
Detective O'Hare, were you involved in the criminal investigation in this case?
I was not.
Okay. Do you know who the lead detective was when the skull of Melissa Wolfenbarger was originally found in 1998?
I believe it was a retired detective, Detective Dale Kelly.
Okay. Did you assist him at that time in 98?
I did not.
You familiar with who the lead detective is when the remains were identified in 2003? Do you know who was assigned to the case at that time?
In 03?
Yes.
I do not.
Okay. So you don't know that it was Detective Alton Calhoun?
I did not.
Okay. Did you ever consult with Detective Calhoun about his investigation into this case?
I did not.
Okay. You didn't talk to Detective Calhoun about whether or not the defendant was cooperative during the investigation?
I did not.
Okay. What about Detective Jerry and Shepard, who picked the case up in 2021? Did you ever discuss or assist with the investigation of the case and assist him?
I did not.
Okay. And based on your observations, would you describe the defendant as cooperating with law enforcement on the date that you arrived to execute that arrest warrant?
He did not.
Okay. Now, are you able to see and recognize the defendant in court today?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you point him out and describe what the defendant is wearing?
The young man off to the right, blue blazer, light colored shirt.
All right. Can you see if the defendant is sitting in a chair or a wheelchair or something?
Your Honor, we'll stipulate that he can identify Wolfenbarger.
All right. Do you see the...
Yeah. It sounds as if Mr. Samuel indicated that they would stipulate that that was Mr. Wolfenbarger.
Okay, great. Do you see that Mr. Wolfenbarger is in a wheelchair at this time?
Yes.
Can you see that?
I did when I walked in, yes.
Okay, all right. Are you able to recall the physical state condition of Mr. Wolfenbarger at the time that he was arrested?
He seemed perfectly healthy.
Okay. Did he appear, as he was hunched over, attempting to hide, did he appear to have any physical limitations at that time?
He did not.
Okay, and when he exited, did he appear to have difficulty moving around?
He did not.
And
was he healed?
Did either yourself or other members of your unit perform any acts that would have physically harmed the defendant on that date?
We did not.
So, okay. All right, that's all I have, Judge.
Samuel? Okay.
Nothing further.
Thank you, sir. You may step down. You are excused. State may call its next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Norma Patton.
This could be good. This could be spicy. So at the time of his arrest, he was able to walk. But it was after he had been injured. He was injured 2 years after his wife's death, right? The mom of the victim, the wife of a serial killer, possibly going to be questioned about a Netflix deal, possible immunity questions.
You'll come on up to the witness stand, ma'am. Come on up this way. And when you get to the witness stand, okay.
Should mean help to the stand.
Okay.
You go ahead and have a seat, please.
Okay.
get situated up to the microphone. We need to help her get that seat situated.
She gets all set. This could be pretty
The deputy,
interesting.
and raise your right hand. He'll swear you in.
You swear to affirm to the testimony that you're about to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. There you go.
I am. I do.
Thank you. And if you'll please state and spell your name for the record.
Norma J. Patton, Norma J. Patton.
Michelle Clark, what do you mean? I Googled the wrong guy. As far as her husband, I think she's going to clear that up really quickly.
Ms. Patton?
Yes, sir.
Tell the court, where were you living in the 1990s?
1990?
Yes, 1990s, that area.
Locust Grove.
All right. And were you married?
Yes, sir.
Who were you married to?
Carl M. Patton, Jr.
All right. How many years were you guys married?
We were married 56 years, 6 months, and 8 days.
Okay. Did you and your husband have any children?
Yes, sir.
How many children did you have?
We had 2 girls.
What were their names?
Tina Mae was the oldest, and Melissa Dawn.
Okay. And where did you raise your 2 children? Where did you raise your 2 children?
Between Ellenwood and Locust Grove.
Okay. And how the age range between the 2?
7 years.
Okay. And did Melissa and Tina, did all of you guys grow up in the same household?
Yes.
All right. Do you know the name Christopher Wolfenbarger?
Yes.
How do you know that name?
Melissa started seeing him when she got into high school.
Okay. And was this at the beginning of high school, middle, end of high school?
Freshman year.
All right. How did you come to find out about that relationship?
When she met him, she started running away to be with him.
And what about that instance? How did you find out about it?
Well, she would not come home from school, and I would try to find her and turn her in as a runaway when I wasn't able to find her.
Okay. And prior to her starting high school, was that happening?
No, sir.
All right. And during that period, how would you describe the relationship between yourself, Tina Patton, and Melissa Patton?
Tina Mae and I have not been close. Melissa is the one that I bonded with more so than Tina Mae.
And what do you mean by that?
Melissa was my baby.
Okay. What were some of the differences between how your interaction with Melissa and Tina how would that differ?
Well, the difference with Tina Mae, she would get mad when she wouldn't get her way, so she would run away.
Okay, and what about Melissa?
Melissa, we didn't have that issue. We just, until she met Chris.
Okay. Did you know of Christopher Wolfenbarger prior to that time?
No, sir.
All right. And what were your feelings at that time about the defendant and your daughter seeing each other?
I didn't want them seeing each other because I felt she was too young.
Okay. And were you did you express that to your daughter?
Yes.
Did that have any effect when you expressed that to her?
Well, she just kept running away. You know, she didn't.
Okay. And
Young
at any
love.
point, do you recall their relationship becoming particularly serious?
Yes, I got worried about it after they, you know, the first runaway, not so much, but after she kept running away, then I determined that I felt like I needed to put her on birth control.
Okay.
So I put her on birth control.
All right. And can you tell the court what you recall after that?
I tried my best to keep them separated, and I don't. I would watch her take the birth control pill, and I thought she was taking them, but come to find out she was not taking them.
Okay. And do you recall if your daughter conceived a child at any point?
Yes, she did.
And at what point, if she's in high school and she's talking about her starting high school, how soon after that does this happen?
Pretty well. I found out before Christmas that she was pregnant.
Okay. Do you recall how old she was at that time?
No.
Was she at a point where she was a senior and ready to graduate from high school?
She was not a senior.
Okay. Was it at a point where she had just started high school and say she was a freshman?
Yes.
Okay. So closer to the beginning of high school, is that the best of your recollection?
Yes.
All right. And your recollection is that she got pregnant during that period?
Right.
And do you recall the grandchild that she got pregnant with?
Yes, Christina.
Okay. And is that Christina Wolfenbarger?
Yes, it's Christina Marie.
Okay. All right. And what happened after Melissa got pregnant?
After she got pregnant in February, her and Chris got married.
Okay.
Because she was pregnant. Did not need my signature because she was pregnant. So that was just.
Was Melissa living with you up to that time when she got pregnant?
Yes, she was.
All right. And who all was living in the house at that time?
Carl, myself, and Melissa.
Okay. And at that time, we're talking about going into high school, and when she meets the defendant, what was the relationship with Carl Patton and Melissa, your daughter?
They had a very good relationship. He would take her fishing. He took her on fishing on one episode, and he had caught a turtle, and he started pulling the turtle in the boat, and she about got out of the boat and was trying to get away from the turtle. And he brought the turtle home.
All right.
Is there a show, like episode, or is that just one occasion?
And after your daughter got married, did she continue to live in your residence, or did she move out?
No. The day that she got married, it's the day she moved out.
Okay, and where did she move to?
She moved to East Point. I don't remember the street that they lived on.
Okay. And is this a residence that you visited after she moved?
Only one time.
Okay. And why was that only one time?
It just, they didn't stay there that long.
Do you recall if your daughter Melissa conceived another child with the defendant?
Yes.
And what child was that?
That would be Joseph.
Okay.
Joseph Allen Zander.
And are you able to tell the jury how many years apart between Christina and Joey?
Christina was born in August the 15th, and Joey was of 1995, and Joey was born July 5th of 1996.
Okay, so right there.
It was not even a year.
All right. And your grandchildren are born, it's 95, 96. Are you spending time periodically, frequently? Are you spending time with your grandchildren during that period?
During that period, Melissa, when she would get a chance, she would bring Christina basically to my house whenever she had the opportunity to have a way to get down there.
Okay. And orient us to what year this would be, best you can.
She came to the house kind of early 96 when she found out she was pregnant with Joey. Her and Christina, and she sat on the couch and told me that she was pregnant. But prior to her coming, I had gotten home and had a letter from her where she wrote a letter because I wasn't home, and to tell me that she was pregnant. So when she actually came, I already knew that she was pregnant.
All right. Now you said whenever she would get a chance. So we're talking about that 1996. Think about that year. Give us an estimate as to how many times she would have come over and you would have seen her and say Chrissy during that period.
I don't know, maybe 4 or 5 times, I guess.
Okay. All right. And is that spread out during that period of the year?
Yes.
Okay. And when she comes over, is she coming over by herself and the daughter, or is she Chris and the defendant?
Usually it was just her and Christina.
Okay. And does that continue into the next year, 1997?
1997, really didn't see her that much. In 1996, before Christmas, she actually lived with me, with her and Joey.
Okay.
For a couple months.
Okay, so and that was in Christmas of 96?
That early, before Christmas, yeah.
Okay. And do you recall why that happened?
Because she had been arrested for car theft.
Okay. So she got arrested for car theft, and you're keeping the grandkids for 2 months.
She came to stay with me with the grandbabies. Yes.
Okay. And during that period, what's your relationship with your grandchildren?
It was fabulous. She got a job. During that probably about 3 months that she was there, she got a job at a place in McDonough that did computer parts. So she was working and taking care of the babies.
Okay. Did you see your daughter in 1998?
1998, I saw her November 9th, 1998. It was the last time I saw her.
Oh, the last time you saw her. Okay. All right. Now, are you familiar with where your daughter was working during this period? You said the computer place. Was she working anywhere else?
To my knowledge, she was working on and off at Waffle House.
All right. Okay. Now, I want to turn your attention to the year 1998. Did you have an opportunity to see Christina in and around, say, the July or August period of 1998?
No, I did not.
Okay. During that period of 1998, do you recall
seeing any injuries or bruising on the person of your daughter, Melissa Wolfenbarger?
When I saw Melissa in the summer of 1998, when I saw her, she had on long sleeves and blue jeans, and it was like July and August.
Okay. So I want to make sure that we're on the same page here. So you're saying that it's not 88, you're saying in July of 1998, you saw your daughter Melissa?
Yes.
All right. Were you able to observe any bruising or marks or abrasions on your daughter at that time?
I did not, because she had on long sleeves and blue jeans.
Okay. Did your daughter tell you about anything that happened? Your Honor has previously ruled on this matter.
Overruled.
Did your daughter tell you about anything that occurred in that month of July?
No.
Okay. What? Let me ask you this.
Objection. Okay, never mind. Withdrawn. Go ahead.
Okay.
Were you aware of an arrest that occurred on the defendant, Christopher Wolfenbarger, in July of 1998?
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware of why that arrest occurred?
Because he had knocked her down and dragged her along the sidewalk.
Okay. Now, I want to make sure that we're talking about information that you are getting from the right source. Where do you get that
from Melissa.
Okay. And when did she tell you that?
And when me and her dad came and picked her up from where they were living on Brookline Street.
Okay.
When we took her back to the house, and I saw the abrasions on her backside. Her dad did not see those abrasions.
Okay. When you say abrasions, what do you mean by that?
Her whole backside was skin up, like she'd been dragged along the sidewalk.
So was that consistent with what she told you about being dragged?
Yes.
Did you see scrapes, redness, or blood when you observed that?
Yes.
And if you could stand up and just, well, I'm not going to have you stand up. But when you say it around her back, how large, you could just demonstrate, how large of an injury would you say you just demonstrate?
I'd say probably something along that line.
Okay. All right. And did Melissa tell you who was responsible for that?
Chris.
And do you see the person that she was speaking of in court today?
I can't see him, no.
Okay.
The screens are blocking him.
I see. Okay. Are you able to stand up? Okay.
Yes, I see him.
And you can sit down. Thank you. You tell the court what the defendant is wearing?
He's wearing a blue suit.
All right. What happened after you observed those abrasions?
Well, we because his mother had custody of Christina and Joey, we went through the Henry County process, and Melissa got the kid, both children, and they lived with me.
Okay.
And for about till they went to court.
Okay.
On the abuse.
And were you present in court on that date?
I was.
And was the defendant present in court that date?
Yes, he was.
Do you recall what date that was?
No, my mind is just, I'm getting a little frazzled. July 29th, I think.
Okay.
This is to be expected.
July 29th of
1998.
Okay, all right. Do you know if the case went forward that date?
No, it did not.
And why didn't it?
Because Christopher asked the judge to let him speak to Melissa alone.
Okay.
And the judge allowed it.
All right. And after that, what happened to that case?
Melissa left with Chris. I went to daycare and picked up Christina and Joey because I was the only one that could pick them up. And I met with Kathy Wolfenbarger and handed the kids over to her.
Okay.
Because Melissa was going home with Chris.
Mr. Fawcett?
Yes.
I was trying to find sort of a natural stopping point, and this is the best one I can find so far. For just a moment, Ms. Patton. So it's about 1:15, ladies and gentlemen. As promised, I'm going to break for lunch now until 2:15. So you are excused for lunch, and then we'll be back in here at 2:15, okay? Thank you.
Can we have an hour? I'm sorry.
Stay right there for now, ma'am. Thank you.
I'm sorry, you're not going to get the lunch today because we're going to jump over and I'm going to do what I can to fix the audio on the Steins hearings going on right now. This is the sheriff that shot the judge on camera in the judge's chamber, shot and killed the judge in Kentucky. We're going to try to jump over there. I have not heard. I've got it going and watching it, but the audio is so bad I can't even hear it with the audio cranked up. So I've got to do a lot of work on this. Give me just a minute to get this pulled up, and we'll spend our lunch here with Steins. Just 1 second. Oh, let's see. It's over here. Disappeared. Steins. Steins preliminary hearing. Hold, please. We're going to get this pulled up here. Ah, I was in the wrong spot. Found it. Okay, give us a minute to back up to the beginning. And let's jump over now.
Any substantive questions other than that? That's something we're looking at. That's part of the investigation. Those matters will be presented to you later. There was never, of course, at this point in time, the preliminary hearing had already been had. The video was already out. Other videos had been released. There was nothing we added at all to or any conversation regarding the case other than the investigation and why we needed the records. Right. That would have been it. Right. Go ahead, Ms.
And Your Honor, additionally, we asked the grand jury to memorialize what was being requested and as far as the grand jury subpoenas in writing, which was authored by one of the members of the grand jury and signed off on by the foreperson. The verbiage of that is reflected in the response as well, but specifically which records they were requesting and authorizing via grand jury subpoena.
This is a
so those grand jury
hearing.
subpoenas were issued. The records were received. Those records were then promptly provided to counsel for the defendant on December 4th of 2024 in the very first discovery period. So in compliance with our discovery obligations, Your Honor. So the Commonwealth believes it's clear based upon the rules of criminal procedure that we acted in compliance with those rules. We have additional arguments as far as in the Jackson case. However, the Commonwealth does not feel it's necessary to delve into those at this time unless the court would like to hear them as they're reflected in the record.
I've read your motion, or I've read your response.
All right, thank you, Your Honor. So clearly, we do not believe any evidentiary hearing is required with respect to the argument that there was no recording made. That is apparent from the recording that the court already has. So no evidentiary hearing is required. As far as the second argument, turning to the actual content of what transpired and what Detective Stamper testified to and the questions that were asked during his testimony to the grand jury in November. Your Honor, I think defense counsel is conflating the role of a grand jury proceeding with the role of a criminal trial.
Let me back up the beginning here. Sorry, we're at the current time. I missed the lead up to this.
Grand jury is an investigative body.
Won't let me rewind. Hold tight.
Piece evaluation to be done on sides as present. The court set this matter today for a status hearing to address a few matters. I think we'll be in such a position now where we will be able to set some upcoming court dates to get this matter proceeding forward. We have been waiting on a piece evaluation to be done on the defendant. That has been completed. It is currently under seal. As procedure is done standard in any type of case such as this. That matter right now is under seal. There's been a motion for the KCPC evaluation to be unsealed. And Mr. Marlon, that's the main purpose for that is you wish to, if the court does that, and then it gets you a hearing, the other two motions, you wish to have that as potentially used in.
That's correct, Your Honor. Our intention is to have it for the purpose of those evidentiary hearings. I believe that it contains, without speaking about what it contains specifically, Judge, I believe that it does contain valuable information that the court will be able to use, particularly in the bond hearing in terms of coming to making the court's findings that are necessary to determine whether Mr. Stein is a good candidate for a bond in this case. And so I think as it pertains to the motion to dismiss, Judge, there's also some information in there that will go directly to some of the testimony that was given at grand jury.
All right. And Mr. Steele, how long, you don't have a written response to that in regards to that yet. How long do you all have?
Judge, you give us 10 days. I think we got it last week, so if you give us 10 days to respond to that motion. Thank you.
All right. What I would like to do, though, is at least see how far we can get without addressing the pending KCPC evaluation issue. In fact, so the court has read that, so keeping that in mind. But we can address first the motion to dismiss the indictment.
So they're addressing a motion to dismiss.
Your Honor, we filed a motion to dismiss on 2 grounds. Number 1, under RCR 5.16, failure to provide or to add a transcript of the grand jury proceedings. The court knows RCR 5.16 requires that any testimony made in front of the grand jury must in fact be reported. Now, we kind of came upon that surreptitiously.
So the defense is saying
listening to the grand jury tape, and there was a reference. Your Honor, I don't know if the court has made that grand jury, can I speak to the content of the grand jury aside from what I think?
Yeah, and the first record, the court has been provided a transcript, a CD recording.
So let me pause this for just a second.
Thank you. So there's a reference.
What we have going on is the defense is asking for a motion to dismiss the whole trial because the prosecution failed to, right now they're arguing, failed to maintain or produce a transcript of the grand jury proceedings. And now they're going into the details of something that in a recording existed on this. But this is a crazy case. Okay, first of all, the judge, a sitting sheriff, like the sheriff of the county, not just like a sheriff's deputy, but the sheriff of the county goes out, has lunch with a judge who they were friends. They eat lunch together. They go back to his office. They're sitting in the office talking with each other, looking at phones, and the sheriff pulls out his gun and shoots and kills the judge, all on camera. There's some issues here, but this is a technicality. that is being argued now. It's a technicality. The law requires you to maintain a transcript. It sounds like he's referring to that of the grand jury proceedings, and you're saying it didn't happen, so dismiss the case. So we'll see if it goes anywhere.
One of the grand jurors said in our last meeting, or in our previous meeting, and I'm paraphrasing. And so at that point, we weren't aware of the previous grand jury hearing. And so I inquired on they did respond to them. The response was basically, well, we met with them. The purpose was just to get a subpoena for medical records. And the judge, I anticipate that was his response. But I guess, number one, what's odd about that to me is that I've done thousands of grand juries, and if you want evidence brought to a grand jury, you usually subpoena back to the hearing. I mean, there's no reason not having permission from the grand jury to subpoena.
We're going to speed this up. I'm going to speed this up so we can get through this on lunch, because it's a lengthy argument and they speak slowly. Let's go at least 1.25 speed just to make it a little better.
The hearing. And then the second piece of that concerns me is that even if we presume that is what was going on, and I don't know, there's no recording, but if we presume that's what's going on, unless there was some sort of telepathic thing going on, there had to be statements made to the grand jury that said, hey, this is this case, this is what we know. And I think the Commonwealth was making the distinction that, well, if you don't come in and raise your right hand and swear, it's not testimony. Well, actually, the distinction is there's sworn testimony and unsworn testimony. I'd say to you that the only way, if you're asking for a subpoena and you're basing that on some sort of probable cause or evidentiary standard that you want the grand jury to consider, which is the only thing that makes sense, you have to tell them something. They don't walk into the grand jury room and say, just look at each other, and the grand jury says, hey, we'd like a correct subpoena. Now, I will say this, I do agree with the Commonwealth and their legal advice to the grand jury, and the grand jury deliberations do not have to be transcribed. But whatever was said to the grand jury, accused them to ask for or form their basis for asking for medical records, I think that should have been recorded, so we would have that available. And I think 5.6 requires it, and the remedy is that
so the request for a subpoena was not recorded in the transcript.
I can address the other area judge. Okay. And the second area judge, I really think Andrew, I don't.
Defendant seated next to the guy in the blue suit.
It may not. I mean, I'm not sure. Well, I'll leave that to the Commonwealth office for response to that. But in terms of the other portion, yes, sir. As to the second portion of my motion, it's based upon Commonwealth v. Baker. Mr. Cox actually handled Mr. Baker in that case. We all know that the prosecutor's community is the aluminum bat case. The detective goes in and testifies and says, basically there was an aluminum bat used, this one used an aluminum bat. In reality, they could see the wooden stick or something like that. And in that case, following conviction and appeal based upon that testimony being misleading, the Supreme Court stepped back and said, look, if you get evidence to a grand jury, you get misleading. And this, the bigger debate really seems to be after that, is it rise to prosecutorial misconduct, which should stand the prejudice, or is it not? And to me, that falls into the without representing the grand jury. And so when I look at the grand jury transcript, Judge, again, without getting into the case and piece report, one of the big things that bothered me was the grand jurors. First of all, they spent nearly half the time asking questions, and a large portion of those questions concerning mental health of Mr. Sutton. And the last question before the grand jury retires from deliberation was, so he was in the same mind as far as the investigation is known, and the answer is yes. That's Detective Stanford testifying. Now, first of all, probably not an appropriate thing for Mr. Stanford, Detective Stanford, to give an opinion on, but the rules of evidence, I get it. I mean, if there's an evidentiary issue, that's not what we're talking about. But here's the thing. If you're going to let a detective testify about sanity and rendering an opinion. That grand jury takes that to heart. He's seen all these facts, and I submit to you, without getting, I can't reference the report, but I'll say this. You're hard pressed to find much in the way of the investigation that would support the adverse. And so
the detective,
I believe that had they not been told by, is very real. And you know, I can think of one witness, an attorney, who specifically said, I think he's had a psychotic break. And so to say that your investigation so far has shown us in the same mind, yes, I think there's at least enough there, Judge, for let me put the witness up there and ask him. And then, Your Honor, there are additional items that I think are also of concern. There's a question.
You cited those in your brief.
I cited those, Judge, and those are additional items. And if the court doesn't want me going about each instance, I'll just say that is the sort of thing that I think we need to know from Detective Stamper. If you knew these things, why did you answer this misleading way? And I think it's reckless at best. And I don't know. We need a hearing to find out, Judge, what I'm asking. Unless the court wants to certainly take it under submission and dismiss without an evidentiary hearing, we would request that as well, Judge. But if not, then we'd ask me to put on.
Sure. Thanks, sir. Ms. Dahl.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, the Commonwealth is of the position that we certainly acted in compliance with the rules of criminal procedure here, the rules specifically that were cited by defense counsel. And we would ask that the court to dismiss the motion, to deny the motion to dismiss the indictment as it's wholly without merit. Your Honor, here, counsel is correct in citing Rule 5.06 that we could have unilaterally issued a grand jury subpoena to obtain these mental health records. That is the power that the Commonwealth does have. However, in taking an extra step in the interest of transparency, as the grand jury is an independent investigative body, and to ensure that there was no argument that we were usurping our grand jury subpoena power, we appeared before the grand jury on October 17th of 2024 without a witness, specifically to ask for these mental health records from two different providers for the defendant. We appeared at that time. There was no witness. There was no testimony presented. Counsel, again, is correct that pursuant to Rule 5.16, had testimony been presented at that time, it should have been recorded and would have been required to be recorded.
Who appeared from the Commonwealth when that request was made?
Myself and Mr. Steele.
Okay.
Only the special prosecutors were present. No witnesses appeared on behalf of the Commonwealth. Right. And so, Your Honor, the rule is clear. It requires testimony in order for there to be a requirement for recording. And there was no testimony presented this time. And I think that is apparent. The court now has a copy of the actual recording of the grand jury proceeding for the testimony that was presented on November 21st, the only time that testimony was presented. And I believe a review of that testimony, some of which is referenced in the Commonwealth response that have been filed, will show, based upon the questions that were lodged by the grand jurors, the only thing that was requested at that time were this grand jury subpoenas for those medical records. I think that's reflected in the context of the recording of the grand jury presentation.
And as an officer of the court, are you representing that was the only request made?
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Are you, as an officer of the court, representing that was the only request made?
Yes.
There was no peripheral commentary or anything about that?
No, Your Honor. Just specifically request for those grand jury records, for the mental health records pertaining to the defendant, one from ARH and one for Leslie County Detention Center.
He wants to clarify.
Just a point of clarification, if I understand your question. As you can imagine, nobody in the grand jury room needed to be told what case this was or anything regarding the fact.
I would think that's a safe assumption.
When we went in and we said, we're the special prosecutors in this case, we're here just so we can get a grand jury subpoena for mental health records. They began asking questions, of which we did not have an answer to.
Right.
We never answered any substantive questions other than that. That's something we're looking at. That's part of the investigation. Those matters will be presented to you later. There was never, of course, at this point in time, the preliminary hearing argument had, the video was already out. Other videos had been released. There was nothing we added at all to or any conversation regarding the case other than the investigation and why we need the records. Right. That would be it.
Right.
And Your Honor, additionally, we asked the grand jury to memorialize what was being requested and as far as the grand jury subpoenas in writing, which was authored by one of the members of the grand jury and signed off on by the foreperson. The verbiage of that is reflected in the response as well, but specifically which records they were requesting and authorizing via grand jury subpoena. So those grand jury subpoenas were issued, the records were received, those records were then promptly provided to counsel for the defendant on December 4th of 2024 in the very first discovery period. So in compliance with our discovery obligations, Your Honor. So the Commonwealth believes it's clear, based upon the rules of criminal procedure, that we acted in compliance with those rules. We have additional arguments as far as in the Jackson case. However, the Commonwealth does not feel it's necessary to delve into those at this time unless the court would like to hear them as they're reflected in the record.
I've read your motion, or I've read your response.
All right, thank you, Your Honor. So clearly, we do not believe any evidentiary hearing is required with respect to the argument that there was no recording made. That is apparent from the recording that the court already has. So no evidentiary hearing is required. As far as the second argument, turning to the actual content of what transpired and what Detective Stamper testified to and questions that were asked during his testimony to the grand jury in November. Your Honor, I think defense counsel is conflating the role of a grand jury proceeding with the role of a criminal trial. It is very clear under the law that they are distinctly different proceedings. The grand jury is an investigative body. The Commonwealth has no obligation, as reflected in an abundance of case law, to come in, to present exculpatory evidence, and to attempt to mount a defense for the defendant. That is not the Commonwealth's obligation. Additionally, the rules of evidence, particularly Rule 1101, does not says that the rules of evidence do not apply to grand jury proceedings. So hearsay, opinion testimony, the right to remain silent, all of those things are not required to be adhered to at a grand jury proceedings. If they were, our grand jury proceedings would be the same length as a criminal trial. It's not tenable.
The reason a grand jury proceeding for 30 minutes is the same as a 3-week trial.
Exactly, Your Honor. And so I believe counsel's arguments are confusing the two, the purposes of the two. You know, hearsay is presented routinely at grand jury. Opinion testimony, such as Detective Stamper's testimony, is presented routinely at grand jury. These are commonplace and they are permitted under the law.
You would agree, though, you can't be intentionally misleading.
Absolutely, Your Honor. Certainly. And Your Honor, the Commonwealth is of the position that an evidentiary hearing is not required. Everything that transpired when testimony was presented to the grand jury in November is captured on that grand jury recording. The Commonwealth cannot conceive of a reason to haul witnesses in to talk about what transpired because it's on that recording. And so we do not believe that an evidentiary hearing is recorded.
Grand jury testimony can
is required.
intentionally
Sorry, Your
misleading.
Honor. So, Your Honor, again, the court has that grand jury recording. We would ask that it be filed under seal as it was a grand jury proceeding. And we would ask the court to deny the defendant's motion to dismiss the indictment in its entirety without any necessity of an evidentiary hearing. And we would rely on our pleadings submitted for Your Honor.
Thank you.
Your Honor, may I just briefly reply?
Briefly, yes.
Yeah, Judge, so I mean, I haven't heard anything. I said from the beginning, Judge, I understand. We're talking about the rules of evidence. The reason I cited to the issues where there were things that normally wouldn't come in is because there were instances throughout the grand jury when the witness was about to answer something the grand jury asked for and it was shut down. I was contrasting.
That's not unusual, Mr. Marlon.
Oh, I get that, Judge, but my point is this. If you put that into context with what they let testify, then I think ultimately, Judge, if we put on that evidence, it'll show you that this grand jury was misled. I mean, the statement, to be honest with you, the statement alone, rendering opinion on saying it is completely, in terms of, I get you don't have to be an expert, Judge, but if you say it, you can't mislead. And then, so I'm not asking the court to look at whether things should have been admissible or not. That I'm not at all. My point is that the grand jury is an investigative body, and they don't get to dictate what they hear if the grand jury is asking for additional stuff. So in other words, if they ask a question and it's germane, I'm not talking about relevance, but if it's germane, it's their grand jury. It's not common grand jury. They're the investigative body. And so the reason I cited to the things that I thought shouldn't have came in is that it contrasts with other things that I think they asked and never got told because the questions were reformed. And that's why we're asking for the.
Well, thankfully, I've been part of about 20,000 cases being presented to a grand jury. I'm going to listen to the recording, and I'll be happy to review that.
And Your Honor, if the Commonwealth,
Sure.
Thank you. I would like to make a distinction. The Baker case, we're talking about misleading to the extent of an aluminum bat versus a wooden staff stick. I don't think there's nothing even alleged in the pleadings, even if you take everything in the pleadings that's been said today by defense as true, that would be tantamount or even close to that, Your Honor. You know, as far as the mental state of the defendant at the time of the offense, that wasn't even an issue at the juncture of grand jury. That hasn't been raised since by defense counsel. So, Your Honor, again, I don't believe that those arguments are well taken. We would ask that you deny their motion to dismiss in its entirety.
Understood. All right, and I'll get an order out on that. One, if I need to hold an evidentiary hearing in it. If not, I will on it appropriately and distribute that. After review, I've got the CDMS Madam Clerk place that under seal with the conclusion of the hearing. I am going to take a copy of it with me to review for purposes of reviewing the pleadings.
Yes, sure.
All right. Next, in regards to the bond hearing.
Yes, Your Honor.
Bond
Again, Carrie Bartley for Sean Stein's judge. And we filed our motion for the court to, it's been back quite a ways now that we filed that, but we did ask the court to kind of hold
Which
off.
is not abnormal. I know we've had some procedural things and evaluations, so
Absolutely.
that is something that had to be done.
We asked the court to hold off on setting up for an evidentiary hearing until after we received that report back. Judge, I think by pursuant to criminal rule 440, I believe it is, we're entitled to an evidentiary hearing. I think it's going to be necessary for us to bring witnesses. We have some witnesses lined up. And I think it would be necessary for the court to hear that evidence and make its findings on whether there are several factors by statute that the court has to consider when determining whether the bond is appropriate. And there's an added level here, and I anticipate the Commonwealth will argue that Mr. Steins is not entitled to bond because of the way that this case is charged. Okay, so in that situation, Judge, they're going to have to put on proof. It's actually their burden to show the court, if that is in fact what they argue, and I don't know, I'm just anticipating, but it is their burden, if they're trying to preclude him from bond at all, to put on proof that guilt is evident, or the proof is essentially, there's great evidence of the proof, right? And so I can anticipate what those arguments are going to be. I can anticipate all of that, Judge. But I think, given what we know, and again, without putting any of that on the record today, given what we know now, I think we'll have a case of an argument on bond.
What would be your proposed bond in light of circumstances?
Absolutely. And given what his income is, given what he's able to post, and I think that's what the statute requires the court to look at, is what he could reasonably post. We would propose.
Public safety is a factor also.
Absolutely. There are several factors, Judge. I just think that in terms of what the amount would be, the court has to look at what he could reasonably post if he is in fact entitled to a bond. So our proposal, Judge, would be $50,000 cash or property with any non-financial conditions that the court would require, and the court could set a host of non-financial conditions, Judge, as you well know. However, I think that given Mr. Steins, and again, without waiving any of our, any of our ability to put on proof, I would ask the court to take a look at the fact that he is, the lowest possible risk level that one human can be in terms of his pretrial service.
Pretrial risk assessment, with all candor to all parties, is something that, as a prosecutor, now as a judge, I don't have the utmost faith in.
I understand, Your Honor, but it is also something that the statutes require the court to take a look at. And there has to be some other evidence that the Commonwealth can put on, or some other evidence in front of the court that he would be a flight risk, that he would not return to court, that he would be a danger to himself and the community. And again, I think that's why it's important for us to be able to put on proof and to be able to put on some of the stuff that's in that basic piece of the report. I think that when we are able to show the court what's in there versus, all the other things, I just don't think there's anything to show that he's a flight risk. There's nothing to convince the court that he would be a danger to himself or others. And I understand why we're here, Judge, and I get that. But the courts have said consistently, and it's, I believe, the Abraham case, that you have to look at something other than the charge.
I understand.
Has to be something else, right? We can't just look at the charge defense.
But that can be factored in.
Absolutely. So, Judge, I think we're going to need that testimony, and we're going to need that report. I would ask the court, again, without waiving anything, I would ask the court to consider setting a bond. The court, of course, can do that at any time. And that would be our requested bond, $50,000 cash or property. If the court wants to hear just a little bit about what we would put on, again, Mr. Steins is a member of this community for his entire life, born and raised here. He has a great deal of family support through all of this, as the court can see. He has a wife and daughter that he can still go home to today. He was a member of law enforcement for basically his entire adult life, up until the point of his arrest. He's a respected member of law enforcement, a respected member of the community, and frankly, Judge, everything we've learned about him since then corroborates that. And I would have testimony to that. There's no evidence that he would be a flight risk. Nothing. He has no failure to appear on his record. He has no, property in the Bahamas that he can run off to. There's nothing. This is a man with a great respect for the law, and he's built his life around upholding the law and serving his community. Judge, there's nothing that I've seen, that anyone's seen, and frankly, when we put on our proof of the court will see, there's nothing to say that he would not return to court. There's nothing to say that he would commit another offense. There's nothing to say that everything in this pretrial services report, respectfully to the court, is not correct, that he's a low 0-0 risk, Judge, because this is a man who, again, there's, with all due respect to the court and to everything that, for the reason why we're here, the court does have to look at something other than the offense charged. I know it's a good one.
I understand that, but this, you would have to admit, is a unique fact circumstance.
Absolutely.
This is not a whodunit. The actions are very evident. What the end result of that is, that's the purpose of the case as we're proceeding.
Yeah.
So, all right, I understand your argument. Still.
Your Honor, if I may respond, she went through a lot of the statutes. Unfortunately, she forgot the Kentucky Constitution, Section 16 says that all people are entitled to bail unless there's a capital offense. And the word she was looking for is when proof is evident, the presumption is great. There was just recently in 2024 a Kentucky Supreme Court case on this issue. It was out of Breckenridge County, if I'm not mistaken. The site on that is 2024 WL 298 2769. That is a case in which, much like we are sitting here today, the defendant was charged with capital offenses. The Commonwealth had made a statement on the record they were not seeking death in that case. That statement made at that point in time, the judge set a bond over the Commonwealth's objection. The Commonwealth then filed appeal on that issue. Supreme Court come back and did the exact analysis they're asking you to do. And basically, what he did in the community, what he did is irrelevant. The only thing that's relevant is, in fact, the charges themselves. And the Supreme Court said, if you are charged with a capital offense, you are not entitled to bail. And they overturned a circuit judge and sent it back to no bail. So there's a case already up there the Supreme Court issued last year. I gave you a citation for it. And the case number on that is, or the case name on that one, I don't think I gave you that. It's Commonwealth versus Rodney Jones.
He's not getting bail. He's not getting
And Judge, there's enough in the record already. You can take judicial notice. That's why the Commonwealth introduced the video here at the preliminary hearing. It's very clear what happens in the preliminary hearing. They were counseled the record at the time, so there's not an issue. They did cross-examination of that. The record is very clear. The video is very clear. And Mr. Stein, in fact, took the life of Mr. Marlon. So that's all that's required. Even under the case law, the Constitution, he is not entitled to bail.
Your Honor, if I could briefly respond. I do have a piece of case law I can cite here, Judge. It's Burton v. Commonwealth. It is an older case. It's 212 Southwest 2nd, 2010, Judge. It does show that the court can take into consideration the mental state of the defendant when setting bond in a capital case. So if this case was basically where evidence introduced in a hearing on motion for bail showed defendant to not be guilty of murder, but only voluntary manslaughter, in the event that the jury did not find self-defense, the proof of guilt was not evident, nor the presumption, right? So I think the court can take that mens rea into consideration and that mental health evidence into consideration, which is again why we want to be able to introduce that.
Thank you. In response,
Judge, I believe the case law cited speaks right the issue.
All right.
Why are all the deputies on his side?
All right. As with the other issue, like I said, here's what I'm going to do. Mr. Steele, you said that you all would file a written response on the KCPC evaluation within 10 days. So
on a motion and seal?
Yeah.
Yes, Your Honor.
Why don't we do this? If anybody wishes to submit case law or supplement anything in regards to the pleadings on all three of these matters, if both sides will do it simultaneously within 10 days.
Within 10 days, Your Honor?
Within 10 days.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
And then that'll give us time. I'm going to try and expedite rulings on this, and then we can start looking realistically more at setting the next hearing. And I think once we get these initial matters addressed, we can then start realistically looking at potential trial date.
Yes, sure.
For all parties. So
one thing, Judge,
sure.
Can we do 10 days from Monday since today's kind of shot next week?
10 days from, why don't we do this? 2 weeks from today.
2 weeks.
Yes, Your Honor.
That work?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, sir.
Or do you want the weekend and add one more Monday? Mostly your motions.
I'd rather under promise and over deliver, Your Honor.
All right, why don't we do this? And both sides will have till Tuesday, September 2nd.
Yes, Your Honor.
That should give everybody plenty of time.
Thank you, sir.
All right, and then after I get those pleadings, I will notify the parties and we'll get a more realistic timeline on when we'll set the next hearing.
Yes, sure.
Other than these three matters, I know we have one matter that we'll have to address ex parte that we'll talk about in just a minute. And for purposes of record, the Commonwealth, you've been given notice that they filed for an ex parte hearing in regards to funding.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you're aware that the court will address that at the conclusion.
Absolutely, Judge. And just to make the parties aware, I've talked to some chambers. We are looking for an expert on this issue. And, and there's plenty of chance we have to go through depending on what those come back as for an expert also. So we made counsel aware of that also.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Steele. Anything else we need to address today before we adjourn before the ex parte hearing?
Nothing more.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, pursuant to the rules, we're about ready to have an ex parte hearing in regards to one matter. I'm going to be in recess for about 5 minutes. It's a good time for the courtroom to be clear. Obviously, defense counsel and the defendant will be able to remain for that part of the hearing.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Your Honor. We'd like to.
What's that?
Yes, Your Honor. We wanted to talk to him for just a minute.
Yeah, absolutely.
Take care.
All rise.
Thank you.
All rise, and now we're kicked out. All right, so that was a very quick hearing because we sped through it Zoom style. But let me boil it down. Basically, defense has tried 2 ways to get the case thrown out. They've asked for a motion to dismiss this charge against him. This is a murder trial. It is capital. It was caught on video, and I believe audio. I'm not sure if we got audio or not. But the video has been released. We've seen it. We showed it on this channel. It is brutal. It is up close and personal. This isn't something happening off in the distance and you catch a shadow here and there and you can make out what happens. This is point blank, 10 feet from the camera. The sheriff gunned down the judge, then came in, made sure, finished him off with a couple more rounds and then left, turned himself in. So mental health is going to be a big factor on this one, but the defense had 2 arguments as to why they think it should be thrown out. One was a technicality. that certain portions of the grand jury proceeding were not recorded as required by law, and they're saying that there's no recording of them asking for a subpoena for mental health records or something like that, which there should have been. And then the other portion, they were saying it was improper for the defense, for the prosecution in the grand jury proceeding to offer testimony to the grand jurors as to the mental health status of the defendant when asked. And they say that's completely improper. The judge is going to consider all this, but I don't think it's going anywhere. He basically says, we know, he said, you're allowed to intentionally mislead in a grand jury. We know this is basically what they are, and they're terrible that way. So it's not going anywhere. The judge has already said, once we get through these, we'll be able to, schedule some more dates and eventually set to trial. He's not going to dismiss this. If he's like, well, we're trying to get a trial date, it's going to happen. So we'll follow this as it goes along, and it's going to be possibly spicy. That being said, we have more court. We have more court. The other trial is still back at lunch. They're going to be back in about 20 minutes. We get a very, very short lunch break. And why can you intentionally mislead? Yeah, because the cops get away with that. They're allowed to. They're allowed to lie to you in cross-examination. Mislead is what they like to say. But, they mislead with a lie. I've been there. I've been interrogated. I've had a detective right in my face accusing me of things I knew was false and testifying and telling me that they had witnesses to put me on the scene and everything else. This was involving a bomb that I had found and turned into the police. I did not create the bomb. I had nothing to do with it, but they definitely do lie about it. All right, let's see. So now we've gone from Georgia to Kentucky, and now we're going to lunch. That's what we're going to do. I'm going to portal us over to the new stream after lunch. It's going to be very brief, so buckle up. Join us over there. I think we've already got a few people there in chat. Feel free to make the switch with us and enjoy part 2 of day 2 of the trial out of Georgia, which is going to get spicy. It hasn't been the spiciest this morning, but wait for cross-examination of the victim's mother. This was the wife of a serial killer who got immunity for some of her actions related to the serial killer and the serial killer's victims. This can get crazy really quick. The jury, I'm sure, is going to have their jaws on the floor at some point here soon. It's going to be wild, and you don't want to miss that. So that's going to happen this afternoon, we anticipate. BM, that would be awesome. That would be awesome. Oh man, you physically can't. Oh, bummer. I read the front and the middle, but not the back. But we would love to have some court watchers on the Steins thing. So, all right, I think that's everything. Anything else we need to cover before we go to break and grab just a quick bite and then come back? Nope. Hearing nothing. We're going to continue. All right, there are a couple comments that I do need to call out and thank. Lady Spano, welcome to the gallery. Teresa, 27 months, OG. Teresa, thank you very much for the super sticker. Lady Spano also with a pair of super chats. Thank you very much for the kind words. Larly Annie, member for 10 months. We know you've been here longer. Diane, also, since Daryl Brooks, another OG here in the gallery. Denise Feldman Ersland, thank you very much. Do we know the judge's name? We answered that one. Winnaboo, member for 18 months, always here lurking. Thank you. Tammy, member for 17 months. Happy Friday, everyone. We are so glad it is Friday. Francis Fitzgerald, Sharon always greeted me and reminded me to hit the like button. So hit the like button for Sharon. Thank you. We did celebrate Sharon's birthday. Sharon, one of our wonderful moderators who passed away this past year. Thank you. Her birthday would have been on Sunday, so appreciate that. Appreciate those kind thoughts. Allie, welcome to the gallery. Stacy and Colin, welcome to the gallery. Lady Knoll, brand new, welcome to the gallery. Thank you, Lady Knoll. Regina Crawford, gifted a membership. Cat Grow, welcome to the gallery. We've got a few more here. Actually, one more. And Bree Roz, body cam swear jar. That's for the body cam footage we just watched. All right, tonight when you go home, please hug. We'll try that again. Tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love. Smile at someone. Make their day just a little bit better. And please stay safe till we go live again in about 10 minutes. About 10 minutes. It's going to be a quick lunch. where we start part 2 of day 2 in another Georgia dismembering trial. This one's crazy. We'll see you guys in a little bit. Bye-bye.
Thank you, sir. You're my new